now.
Okay, welcome everybody to kickoff weekend for the DojoLiga. I'm National Master Evan Rosenberg, and I'm very lucky to be able to provide some commentary on this afternoon's games, or this morning's games, or this evening's games, depending on where you reside. There are already a few underway. Right now, I'm observing this match between Dylan 2992 and Big T 252. According to the schedule, I'm trying to find which teams are currently matched up. Sorry, I got distracted with a Discord message. Maybe someone can show me in chat. I will also do my best to try to keep an eye on chat, but full transparency, multitasking is not my strong suit. So if I do miss something, hopefully DM Hoki will catch it and bring it to my attention. So there are 4 games now that I can sort of scroll between. This first one here with Big T and Dylan. Also this one with Ralph Wiggum and Wokash. Most of these games, I think, have started within maybe the last half hour or so. Most, they appear to still be in the early stages. And I'll just quickly go through the other 2. This one between Michael Perlak and Plays Chess at Work. And the 4th game between Baguette Fresh and actually my teammate Scared Peach with the white pieces. So I'll go back to the one we had originally started observing between Dylan and Big T. We could even go back to the starting position to just see how we arrived here. Got a very basic opening, and black goes bishop to c5. Now the issue with bishop to c5, as white demonstrated, is this center fork trick with knight takes e5. Your black actually ignores it with knight f6, but you can see, oh, maybe I have to go to an analysis board to show you that, sorry. But if black were to capture the knight on e5, it would allow white to fork the 2 pieces on c5 and e5. So black declines the knight on e5 and develops to f6. White retreats the knight. Not sure about retreating. Wouldn't want to lose the tempo there. Maybe taking on c6 is better. Black castles, pawn to d4, getting the big center. Bishop to b4, pinning the knight. So now e4 is threatened. White goes bishop to d3, defending the e-pawn. Rook to e8, applying more pressure to the e-pawn. Bishop g5, indirectly defending it, right? Because now the knight is pinned. Pawn to d6. Pawn to h3. It's more of a prophylactic move, right? Preventing the bishop from developing to g4. Pinning the knight. Maybe it wasn't strictly necessary. But it does make sense to the extent that white's d4 pawn is a little sensitive. So by preventing bishop g4, that pawn is not really in any serious danger. Black kicks the bishop, or asks the bishop a question on g5. Trades on f6. Now the d4 pawn is threatened, and white ignores it and castles. Was there a way to guard it? If white had pushed the pawn, I think that would have allowed black to take on c3 a few times. And if white had moved the bishop, right, the d3 bishop, to try to guard the d pawn with the queen, I think it would have necessarily undefended e4, right? So once this bishop on d3 moves, it would allow black to take on e4 with check, and the knight can't recapture because it's still pinned to the king on e1. So white castles, and black takes on d4, and now white plays this nice move, knight to d5, forking the queen and bishop. Knight f3 check, queen takes f3, and so this is inherently the problem with the fork, is that black can sort of escape it pretty easily. If white had recaptured with the pawn instead, I think, that would have been somewhat more interesting. Because if then black tried to protect the bishop with queen to d4, I think this maybe would have walked into pawn to c3, which would have forked the queen and bishop. So perhaps it would have been better for white to recapture on f3 with the pawn instead of the queen. However, black doesn't have to defend, right? Black can, I think, give a check. Probably on g5. On g5 or g6. Either way, the queen escapes the threat of the knight on d5 with check, and then once the king moves over, black could then address the bishop on b4. Maybe just retreating it to c5 or defending it with a5 or something. Take a look at the chat quickly. Hey, Cartier, how are you? Wandsworth, I don't know what happened in Kostya's game yesterday, so sorry I can't provide an update. In any event, we'll just quickly run through the remainder of the moves here. Queen takes f3, pawn takes. Black retreats the bishop to a5, also defending the pawn on c7. King to h2, guarding the h3 pawn, and also just vacating the g file in case maybe white decides to bring a rook over there. Pawn to c6, hitting the knight. Knight to e3, pawn to d5, and then white decides to take on d5. That looks to me to be a little bit risky, even though white does win a pawn. You're winning a pawn at the cost of permanently weakening your own pawns. Right now, these are double isolated f pawns. Also, since black has the two bishops, typically you would want to keep the position more closed in order to reduce the scope of those bishops, right? It's considered a pretty nice positional asset to have the two bishops when your opponent is not in an open position. Black is still, though, slightly behind in development. So it's not exactly like there was any immediate way to try to gain the initiative. But let's say black were to take back on d5, and white takes with the knight. In that case, maybe, maybe a follow-up move could be something like bishop to e6, right? Just trying to develop with tempo, hitting the knight on d5, developing your bishop, and then maybe plan on bringing the rook over to c8 or d8 next move. And once this knight on d5, once the knight on d5 is dislodged, at that point, then black can safely give a check. You know, I'm actually wondering if maybe instead of taking on d5 right away, if maybe black shouldn't have thrown in this check first. Right? And then once the king moves, for one thing, if the king just shuffles back to h1, you would undefend the h3 pawn. So if the king then moves to g2, let's say, you can recapture on d5, and then when the knight takes back, you could possibly even just slide the bishop back to b8, and you'd have the bishops lined up on these open diagonals, breathing down the white king's neck. So black did just recapture right away, and we'll see if white decides to take that pawn or not. And white he decides to go for it. And white has been playing very quickly. If you can see the clock times, the time control for these games is 90 minutes with a 30-second increment each move. And white has an hour and 24 minutes remaining, and black has just over 50 minutes remaining. So a really significant time advantage for white. Maybe they have some prior commitment that they don't want to be late to, and that could explain why they're playing so quickly. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some clarification on that after the game is finished. So I'll take a look at chat. Oh, if Kostya lost, that would be disappointing, but Kostya is very resilient. I'm sure he will bounce back. Although playing in Vegas, I mean, I can speak from personal experience, it is not an easy place to to play chess, just by virtue of all of the other fun and tempting distractions that are all around. But it does seem like there's quite a strong contingent from the dojo present. It'll be nice to get some reports from them as their tournament progresses. All right, so we can move on to another game. How about this one between Wokash and Ralph Wiggum? We have a queen's pawn opening, and I can go back and reconstruct how we got here. It started with d4, d5, a queen's gambit declined, knight to c3, and black immediately goes c6, creating this sort of triangle structure, which is very popular, and for good reason. This is a very, very solid system for black, where to sort of oversimplify a little, the general idea is to fix your pawns on the light squares, with the intention of then trying to succeed in making a break with either c6, c5, or e6, e5, once black has achieved this sort of light square blockade, right? But it's difficult to do right away. So patience is required, but often rewarded. So here white immediately strikes in the center with e4. Other options are knight f3, e3, g3. You can sort of play it slightly slower. E4 is pretty ambitious. Black goes bishop to b4, right? Now threatening to simply take the pawn on e4 because the knight on c3 is pinned. So white addresses the threat by advancing the pawn. I've been disconnected. How did that happen? All right, I will refresh. Hopefully I won't lose the game. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. You know what might help? Yeah. Turn this off. My Wi-Fi. Yeah, Renga. The idea that thinking for a excessive amount of time on a certain move is actually detrimental is shared among a lot of very good players and coaches. I think a nice little sort of axiom is long think, wrong think. Often I find it hard to take my own advice that way because it's easy to go down those rabbit holes. But believe it or not, usually you should trust your instincts and not spend too much time trying to sort of overcalculate. Often what will even happen is you'll look at one or two specific variations for a very, very long time, not discovering anything concrete. And then like after your 20 or 25 minute think, you spot a move that you hadn't considered at all and then just decide to play it, which is usually not the most responsible thing to do, but is a habit that's definitely plagued me throughout my playing career and should probably be addressed. All right, so hopefully we're back up and running and we can see this game between Ralph Wiggum and Wocash. All right. Let's see how we arrived here. E5, knight to E7. I guess the knight being deprived of the natural square on F6, still want to develop. And so E7 is the next best option. Knight to F3, castles, bishop to D3. So I'll just point out that a common theme that arises in these queen's gambit declined type positions is this sort of waiting game that white plays involving the light squared bishop and the pawn on c4, right? At any moment, black could decide to release the tension by capturing on c4, and often what will trigger that decision by black is white deciding to move the bishop at all. It could be considered a loss of tempo, right? Since, let's say, white had made a different move, any move, pawn to h3, queen to c2. Had black then decided to take on c4, the bishop would take on c4, having not moved off its original square, and you could argue that white has in fact saved some time, right? Because you'd have some additional move in aside from just taking back on c4. But by deciding to move to d3, and this isn't even necessarily a bad move, it does, however, present black with the chance now, if they want, to take on c4, right? Where then once white recaptures, black could then make some other move and argue that maybe they stand a little closer to equality because of the gain in time. However, it's not always a good thing for black to take on c4. And here it's not so clear. The d4 pawn is a little weak, but it's not so easy to take advantage of at the moment. So I don't fault black for just leaving the tension how it is. Knight f5 is an interesting move. Normally you'd think that black may just want to try to develop the queenside pieces, maybe by way of b6 and bishop a6, or simply just knight d7. But I can understand some concern about this diagonal, right? Especially because the knight is not on f6, right? When there's knight on f6, it is guarding h7, and so any type of Greek gift or classic bishop sacrifice is normally prevented. But with the knight on e7 and with h7 only guarded by the king, these opportunities really must be considered because it could turn out to lead to a very decisive and swift attack. So to that extent, knight f5 makes quite a bit of sense. However, if white wanted to, here white castled, which I think is a completely reasonable move, but it's possible that white maybe could have considered pawn to g4. And just telling black, well, I don't want you to block my bishop on this diagonal. Now you have to move your knight. And there's no like obvious square for it either, right? If the knight comes to h6, I think white would quickly just snap it off, and then black's king is looking very drafty, right behind these doubled h pawns and the open g file. If black just retreats to e7, you know, white now has the opportunity to possibly sacrifice on h7 the same way, although there is some difference to the extent that the queen now can't come out to h5, right? Because the pawn on g4 would be blocking it. But you know, it still would have led to a pretty exciting, unbalanced position. I completely understand why white would just castle. That is the same move, I think. You get your king out of the center, right, where it could explode at any moment. The knight on c3 is no longer pinned, right? Castles is hard to debate as being a poor choice for white here. Black takes on c3, takes on c4, b5, bishop back, knight to d7, pawn to a4. I think that's a nice choice by white. Just trying to make sure that that black does not achieve any type of counterplay on the queen side. I'm sure Jesse would be proud for me to show that white has this lovely pawn chain pointing in the direction of black's king. This is clearly the side of the board where white should be concentrating. And so conversely, white must keep an eye out for queen side counterplay on black's part. So a move like a4 is effective in trying to just reduce any funny business that black might be up to, maybe by pushing some of the queen side pawns. And black decided to take. White took with the rook, which is probably okay. But at the same time, I don't think there was a rush to take the pawn back on a4. It's certainly not going anywhere. If white wanted, I think they could have had a choice of just playing some other developing move, maybe queen to e2, with the intention of coming up to e4, where you're hitting c6, and then also I think threatening g4 for real, right? At which point the knight can't move and guard h7. So queen e2 would have been an option. Bishop a3 maybe was an option too, just to put the bishop on a strong diagonal. Even bishop g5 might have been good too. So there was no rush to take back the pawn on a4. So maybe white could have gained time making a different choice. But rook a4, also okay. Black goes queen c7, not totally sure what that achieves. Maybe the point is to play c5, or simply to just try to open lines of communication between the rooks. Now bishop to a3, rook to e8, bishop to d6. I don't love this move. It does just lose a pawn. But if in fact black is now allowing something on h7, then bishop d6 could actually be quite devious. Yeah, I think black probably would have been better off just coming back to d8 and ignoring the bishop, right? And then even like worst case scenario, maybe bring the knight to f8, right? Just to make sure that you've got some extra defense on h7. But after knight d6, white took back on d6 and then took on h7. Classic bishop sack indeed. Is it enough though with only the two pieces? Can this rook get through? I don't know. I'm even wondering if white maybe should have even taken right away. King takes, knight g5. King g8, queen h5. I don't know. Usually the rule of thumb in situations like this is that you need 3 pieces available in order for sacrifices of this type to succeed, right? So you have the queen and you have the knight, and you would need one more. And that one more is this rook on a4. So really, I feel like white's attack hinges on whether or not there's time to get the rook involved. Let's see what happened here. Bishop h7, knight g5, king g6. Okay. So what would be the logical follow-up, right? A move like queen to g4, I think maybe just simply will be met by knight f6. Right, hitting the queen. And unfortunately, the queen can't retreat to g3 to keep the pin because black will just trade it. And then pick up the knight on g5 and just simply be up 2 pieces. So white may have overestimated this attack. I mean, to be perfectly honest, also, I don't think there was anything wrong with just retreating to g8 either, right? Or in that case, no, maybe queen h5 actually is too dangerous, right? Because I forgot that f7 was also a target. All right, I take that back. King g6 looks like it's the way to go. So white is still thinking. I will switch over to another game. Oh, hold on a sec. Here, let's try. Here, I'm gonna go back to. I'll see if anything new is up in live games. Okay. Oh, sorry guys, can't show the Elite Chess game. Here, try this one. Warglow. Who is Warglow? I want to be able to show the game and not get kicked off chess.com, which is usually what happens when I click on these links. This is what live streaming is all about, right? Oh, h4 here maybe. So h4 here. Let me take this off. h4 makes sense, right? To just to defend the knight, but then what happens after f6? If the knight comes back, there might be some queen d3 check ideas. Okay. So it's something. Queen d3 check. I guess f5 would be forced at that point. The problem though is I don't really see a follow-up. I guess white has succeeded in cementing the knight on g5, right? Because now there's no black pawn that can try to extract it. But then the problem remains, right? That does white just have enough firepower to actually land a decisive blow? And it's not clear. It also doesn't help that the one square you really would love for the queen to be on, right, to oppose black's king on the g file, is simply covered by the queen. But h4 is a very good try. We'll see. We'll see if white decides to go that way. The touch lamp behind me. No, it's just a regular lamp that I must turn on the old-fashioned way by turning a knob. However, a touch lamp does sound like a good idea. I might have to drop that hint to my wife before Father's Day. Or even does anyone in chat remember the clapper? I hope that hasn't gone out of business. I was always really excited when those commercials would come on TV for the clapper. You could clap and lights would go on or off. Yeah, it never got old. All right, I digress. You know what? I might just have to go for it. All right, I'm gonna click on this game and Warglow. All right, so we have. Let me see if I can get some confirmation. Yeah, clap on, clap off. Thank you, orbitals. My fellow older generation colleague here. All right, so this game just got underway, but quite a lot of progress has been made. I will backtrack slightly to see how we arrived here. Warglow with the white pieces, Andrew C. Post with the black pieces. We have a Caro-Kann. Exchange variation, bishop to d3, knight c6, c3, knight f6, all standard so far. Bishop to f4. To sort of paint with broad strokes what white wants to achieve in this structure is domination over the e5 square, right? Ideally, white would like to trade off dark squared bishops, plant a knight firmly on e5, and usually supported by this b1 knight, hopping over to f3, and then usually there will be some sort of attack directed towards black's king side, either on h7, maybe sometimes f7, but through e5, right? That is sort of your like catalyst to start poking around black's king side, trying to create some weaknesses. What black wants to do, on the other hand, is achieve the light square blockade, hopefully trade off light squared bishops, right? And then having shut down any type of attack on the king side, usually black will shift focus to the queen side, right? Maybe with a minority attack or something down the open c file. So here we have bishop to g4, knight to f3. I suppose that move is fine. I feel like I'm used to seeing queen to b3 at this stage, right? One of the drawbacks of bishop to g4 and moving the c8 bishop at all is that now b7 is undefended. So b3 sort of makes sense for the queen that way. But knight f3 is okay. The problem with knight f3 though is it does allow black to simply take on f3, right? And now white is sort of deprived of the chance to plop a knight in on the nice e5 square. So now black goes queen b6, getting ahead of white's plan to maybe go queen b3, right? Putting pressure on b2, b4. That seems like a drastic way of addressing the threat to the b pawn, and awfully committal. I'm also worried about potential sacrifices on d4. I don't know if black could have done it right away, but one possible continuation would have been bishop takes knight, queen takes and knight takes pawn, and takes and takes. And then how would this rook get defended? However, I'm sorry if you can keep track with all the arrows. I don't think I can actually make moves. I might have to bring out an analysis board to show you some of these different continuations. But black does have to be careful about discoveries. So here, you know what, maybe I can try to bring this out into analysis. If I press live analysis, let's just see what happens, right? YOLO. So here, after b4, right? Let's see what happens if I move a piece. Nope, just kidding. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry about that, chat. All right. So here black takes. Oh, and then takes on b4. Well, that's an interesting choice. Not quite. Don't quite understand. Because when you take on b4, okay, I just don't understand the sacrifice. I'm not sure it was, I'm not sure it's totally sound. It seems a little impulsive. Knight to d2, queen to d4, castles. I think it may have been better, instead of castling, for white to possibly have thrown in bishop to b5 check first, right? To force the knight to d7. Right, just to force black to make this concession. And then maybe there's a possibility to follow up by putting more pressure on this d7 knight somehow. Maybe with a move like knight to b3. Although, I guess white would have to be careful not to lose the b5 bishop to a move like queen to b4 check, right? Oh, not there. So castles is fine, right? Just make sure, yeah, no danger that the king isn't. And now pawn to e6. I'm curious if maybe black didn't have the chance to go pawn to e5 instead, right? If the bishop can't come to e3 because I can take on d3, and if the bishop retreats this way, I could go e4. Although almost no matter what, it's going to be met by bishop e5. So maybe e6 is just a little more prudent. Bishop check, knight d7 takes. Did white have to take right away? Maybe here knight b3 would have been a little more precise. You know, just slightly improve the position of your piece before swapping on d7. But it is good for white to be able to lure the king up, and also now the queen is very well placed to create some attack on f7. Bishop e3, right? So that's kind of the point, right? You want to unleash this attack on f7. Was there something more that white could have done? White has a lot of tempting moves here. Some ideas that come to mind are rook to c1, right? Threatening rook to c7 check. And also actually threatening knight to c4 as well, right? To try to really improve this d2 knight. Just absolutely suffocating black on the dark squares. Right, the problem for black is that you can't take the knight on c4 because you would open up the d file, right? So white can just go rook d1 and pin the queen. So maybe rook c1 offered black a little more, but bishop e3 makes sense. Queen to f6. White declines the queen trade, which I think is good, although trading queens might not have been so bad. But yeah, certainly keeping queens on, black has a lot more to worry about, right? With this sort of lone king hanging out on d7 without any nearby defenders. a6, an important move, right? Black wanted to stop queen b5 check. And now rook b1. I think white has played this very well. And black is in some trouble here. I think white got a little lucky, admittedly. I'm not sure about the b4 plan, but somehow it provoked black into making the sacrifice. And now white stands well. Oh, thank you, Pumpkin. I just got to make sure I remember to drink water regularly. This does really take a toll on your voice and your throat. So I would hate to have to lose my voice in the middle of all this. Okay. Go back to games. All right. Let's see if anything else has been posted here. All right. Oh, okay. We have another one. And again, I'm just going to see what happens. Hopefully I won't get disconnected. I apologize in advance, guys, if there are more technical difficulties as we go. Okay. All right, we have mat chess with the white pieces. And we have chewing ice is supposed to help. You know what else is supposed to help? Pineapple juice. Which I 99% sure do not have any of that, but I'll do my best under the circumstances. But thank you for the advice. Keep it coming. All right, mat chess with the white pieces, Sabua with the black pieces, and this game just got underway. We transpose to a perk, starting with 1d4. This is an interesting move, bishop f4. So usually, white would like to put this pawn on f4, right? Just sort of taking advantage of black's having refrained from occupying any, or looking for direct control of the center. Right, f4 is not very subtle. The plan is to go e5. Or possibly to put the king side pawns in gear, right? Anticipating bishop g7 and castles, in order to immediately get some pawn storming underway. So bishop f4 is an unusual move. At least I have not seen it very often. Not sure that bishop really belongs on f4. It does prevent e5, right? Which is a break that black often wants to make. Simply because now you're controlling the square twice and black only controls it once. But it does also just seem to sort of walk into knight c6 a little bit, right? This bishop can also get dislodged this way too, if black really wanted to just go knight h5. I just feel like the bishop is a little loose on f4, right? There are various ways that black can hit it by also and also improve their position at the same time, which is usually something you want to avoid. So bishop f4 is a little suspect, but the follow-up makes a lot of sense, right? I think white, if this is white's ambition to begin with, right, to create this battery to try to trade off dark squared bishops on h6, e3 or g5 is usually the way to go in terms of where you develop your bishop to in the first place. But ultimately, if it's going to end up on h6, then maybe white will have not lost any time at all. And castle's queenside. So now this game takes on kind of a Sicilian dragon flavor a little bit, with this quick opposite side castling. Things should get exciting. Knight c6 makes sense, right? I think the whole point is to just develop and go e5. I suppose it's possible that black also could have considered this sort of temporary pawn sacrifice c5, right? Clearly, if white takes, black cannot afford to recapture because the queen on d8 would be lost. Well, black would lose a rook after queen takes, rook takes, rook takes. But the idea of c5 is not to recapture right away. If white does choose to recapture, you'll notice that it unlocks the door on this diagonal for black's fianchetto g7 bishop, right? So black would be in no rush to win the pawn back. The idea is just to try to get very quick counterplay on the queen side. So maybe you'd follow up with moves like queen a5, and bishop e6 and knight d7, right? Maybe not knight c6 because you would want to leave the c file open for a rook. And then, black's position can kind of develop very naturally from there, even though you're down a pawn, right? The pawn deficit doesn't matter very much compared to the attack that you're generating. But knight c6 on its own also looks totally fine, right? Developing a piece and just controlling the center. Bishop h6. Also, just to note that if I'll try to get rid of all this. There we go. That if black wanted to avoid this trade of bishops, that the way to do it is to go rook to e8. Because then once the bishop comes to h6, the bishop on g7 can slide back to h8, and black doesn't have to worry about the rook on f8 getting captured. So this is usually the reply that black will sort of automatically make in anticipation of an imminent bishop h6 landing on the board. But I guess black was okay accepting this trade, and he goes e5. Bishop g7, king g7, and d5. Interesting choice by white to lock the center with the pawns on light squares, having just traded off the dark squared bishop. One idea might actually be to go g3 and trade off light squared bishops this way, sort of a la the French, right, where black tries to trade off their bad bishop by means of fianchettoing it to oppose, kind of like an extended fianchetto, right? To oppose the counterpart. Since black's pawns are fixed on dark squares, the light squared bishop is the good bishop. So that would, I think, be a favorable trade for white. But white goes h4 instead. Maybe the same idea. Maybe you'll just do it slightly in reverse order. And now h5. I don't really see how white can break through at the moment. H5, I think, was a good decision by black, right? Just no nonsense. Don't allow this pawn to come to h5. Let's just shut things down right away. And how could things proceed from here? Both sides, still need to finish developing. I'm worried or not worried, but I wonder if perhaps white maybe just got a little over ambitious with this plan of castling queenside so soon, and then going forward with bishop h6. Maybe there's a little, there's something to be desired here, since white still does have issues with the kingside development. Meanwhile, black is probably in as good a shape as any to just start things going on the queenside, right? With moves like c6, and then possibly just b5, b4, a5, and just trying to create some type of danger over on white's king side, or white's queen side, excuse me. White also still needs to figure out what to do with this light squared bishop. The plan of g3 and bishop h3 may not, it may still be viable. So we will keep an eye on it. Let's see, are there any other new games? I don't believe so. Let's see, f3, knight h3. F3, knight h3, in this specific position. Yeah, I think f3 is a good start, right? Preparing g4, shutting a black piece out of g4, definitely. Against f3, maybe black then has no choice but to just right, try to immediately break in the center with c6. Although it does come at the cost of a pawn, to be fair, right? If white takes, and black has effectively sacrificed a pawn, although maybe by sacrificing the pawn, you, eliminate any sort of checkmating threats, right? Bishop e2. That seems, it's not clear. I think maybe white wants to achieve the same kind of thing with this g4 break. And I guess provoking a piece to g4 might not be so bad, right? If bishop to g4, I think now f3 is exactly what white wants, right? The bishop retreats and then g4. Now you even have this added support along the diagonal. However, after knight g4, now the threat is knight f2, right? So knight g4, f3, knight f2, forking the rooks. So possibly after knight g4, then borrowing Google fans' idea, maybe then just knight h3, right? Just to guard f2, and then f3 will come next, and black does have something to think about here on the king side. I'm wondering if maybe if black has enough time. This looks a little this looks a little unorthodox, I'll say. All right, he goes with c6. This may be a little slow, but we'll see. I'll just say, just so I don't lose my thought, my idea here actually maybe would be to bring the e7 knight to g8. You know, like, Evan, why are you retreating your knight to g8? The point is I want to bring it to h6 so that I have both knights covering g4. Right, just to make sure that that black has adequate defense and doesn't allow the whole king side to get torn open. The problem with knight g8 though is, what about just g4 right away? Or maybe knight g8 was simply too slow. In any event, black must have believed white and says time is of the essence. I'm going to at least try to get something going in the center. Yeah, JMP chess, there's definitely some samish, right? Some samish type qualities here. If f3, yeah, the same concept of creating the battery, right, with the bishop and queen to trade off dark squared bishops. This is a theme you see in quite a few openings, right? I'll add quite a few openings where black fianchettos the dark squared bishop, right? So the King's Indian and the Sicilian Dragon, probably the most popular among them, but also the Perk, right? Which was how this game started. So I don't know if f3 would even strictly be necessary here, or if you could just go g4 right away, but no, f3, it probably pays to go f3. And the fact that white wants the white wants to like preface his attack with f3 first, I think is why I was a little confused by bishop e2 in the first place. Because if you need to go f3 to go g4, right? With the point being that if black takes on g4, you want to be able to take back with the pawn. So that you open the f file, and furthermore, you can try to go h5 or g5, right? Just to really you want your pawns to be able to just blast open the position on the king side. So if you can't go g4 right away, then what was the point of bishop e2? But here white took on c6. And now d6 could fall. Yeah, the pawn on d6 has a bit of poison. Yeah. Takes. If queen takes d6 now, what would black be up to? I mean, certainly, I think black is helped by having this open B file created now. So I wonder if maybe after queen takes d6, what could black try? Ah, I see. Yes, Goodwin, I agree. If the knight had recaptured on c6 instead, then queen d6 may have been met with something like take or not takes. No, then the queen could simply move off of d8, right? And the knight on e7 wouldn't be undefended, because now the knight isn't even on e7 at all. And then also the knight could possibly come to some nice squares like d4 or b4 in trying to contribute to this queen side counterplay. So yeah, pawn takes was probably a mistake, right? On account of white just simply being able to take on d6, and it looks like black really has no choice but to trade queens here. The only way to avoid a queen trade, not lose your e7 knight, or your e5 pawn, would be knight to d7. And if this is what you have to do, I think black is in very bad shape. It's a very passive position. And allowing this queen to reside on d6 is also just very risky in its own right. It can cause black a lot of grief. So white should probably just get greedy, take on d6, ask questions later. I'll check the Discord one more time, see if any new games are up. They are not. Take a look at the chat and the classroom. Oh no, I don't even know what's going on in Kostya's game. It's I don't know what round is it in the National Open? I guess it would be round 4 is the one that's presently going. Yeah. I'll throw out a general wish of good luck for all the dojos that are competing in Vegas. All right. Let's go back to, oh, you know what, here. Oh, all right, we have a result on this game between actually my here. Yeah, my teammate Scared Peach. One of one of a few. What's the word I'm thinking of? Sentient fruits on the Lasker lemurs. And let's see how this game proceeded. Okay. This is a very sharp line. Oh, is the board not coming up? Why does that not surprise me? Can everyone see it now? Oh, round 6. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Round 6. Oh, okay. All right, this move A3, I don't quite understand. It seems a little slow. Other knight here, and then queen F6. Okay, so not so subtle threat of mate. And now white goes queen to E2. I don't know if there was a viable alternative to queen E2. The only other move I can think of is queen to E1. Kusenov won some brilliancies with A3. I can believe that. Kusenov was a genius. I wouldn't trust myself to be able to pull off the same kind of brilliancies with a move like A3. Although I can imagine it would be very useful to simply take your opponent out of known variations and just play some chess, right? Just try to level the theoretical playing field a little bit. All right, so queen E2, I guess the other option may have been queen E1. I don't know if that is any better. It doesn't obstruct the bishop on F1, but castles. Yeah, black says, I don't need this knight. Oh, queen to B6. That is dastardly. Well, if that's the case, then what should white have done instead? Maybe knight to D5? Right, hit the queen. And once the queen, right now the queen no longer has B6, right, which otherwise the queen could do to pin the pawn to the D4 pawn. After knight D5, maybe white would have been back in this game. I don't know. I'm not going to verify it with an engine. I'll leave that to anyone in chat who cares to defy the sensibilities of David Prost. But yeah, D takes D5 is an error, right? Because of this very nice this Vision's a queen to B6 check. Bishop to E3 is forced. right? The only other way to block the check would be with the queen, which would get captured by the knight, no matter what square it goes to. And now knight takes e3. And the problem is that white is still in this nasty pin. So here white goes queen b5, trying to trade queens, which obviously white would love to do. But the problem with queen b5 is that you don't actually disrupt the pin. So I'm curious if maybe white should have instead gone queen to f2. I think I understand why white went queen to b5, because the queen on b6 is also threatening the b2 pawn. But that's really of no consequence. I feel like black would much rather have this queen on b6 applying this really severe pressure on white's king. And if anything, I think white would like it would be a relief for white to have given up the pawn at the and be rewarded by no longer having to worry about this pin. So maybe that's what compelled queen b5, but queen f2 is the only direct way of unpinning, right? Of getting your king out of the line of fire with the queen on b6, right? Because here black just goes queen to d4. Knight e2. Ah, okay. So I take it back. White was able to succeed in getting the queen off this diagonal, but I guess at the cost of keeping his position very passive. Queen takes e4. Queen takes d4 was probably best. Yeah, I'm not going to argue. Queen takes e4. Rook e1. Knight takes c2. This is going to be difficult for white to recover from. Queen c5. Let me just see. Right. So the immediate threat, right, was checkmate on e3. So queen to c5 stops the mate, and yeah, it just stops the mate. White is going to be forced to lose material here. Knight takes e1. I wonder if black had something better, like, did black have time for a move like b6? Just so to help black develop, their one of their last remaining undeveloped pieces. And queen to f2. Could even then be met by something like f6 or f5, opening the f file. I don't know. Maybe b6 is laying it on a little too thick, and knight e1 is it's okay to cash in at this point. Knight g3, queen c6. Yeah, I guess black's just down. I guess white's just down a rook. And then, yeah, this could be all she wrote. Yeah. Yeah, once white fell into trouble um, with the queen on b6, and just the sort of awkwardness of the pieces, right? None of them being able to come to the defense of the king. Um, I think that sort of sealed the deal. So credit to Baguette Fresh. Um, nice tactical game. And Scared Peach, just shake it off, buddy. Plenty of Liga games left to go, and I have nothing but confidence in you moving forward. So let's see. Hey, Mitch, how are you? I was actually talking to Derek. Um, Diana says she was reaching for the screen. Hi, Diana. If you are in if you're in a commentating mood, and felt like joining me, uh, there's an open invitation. Uh, but if not, that's totally cool, and I will continue to fly solo for the time being. Oh, here, let's see what happened in the Matt Chess Sabua game. After so white declined to take the d pawn and instead went knight f3. Interesting choice. It was probably correct to simply take the material, but knight f3, comes, and actually maybe this is stronger. You still have the threat on d6, and now you have the additional threat of knight takes d5, where the pawn on d6 can't recapture because of the pin. Knight f3 is a nice move, and black responded with d5, which takes care of one weakness, but creates another, right? Because now the pawn on e5 is simply ombre. If I'm okay with a baby joining, I think not only am I okay with it, but I would actually prefer it. But no pressure on your end. Only if you feel like you wouldn't be too, if your attention wouldn't be too diverted to clearly what is the more important of the ongoing activities, which is you being a present dad instead of commentating on these games. So if you're up for it, just shoot a message to Hoki, and we'll figure it all out. So white took the pawn on e5, and black goes bishop e6. So what I think white is very much in control here. This e5, the opening of these dark squares now, I think, may decide the game pretty soon. Like I'm seeing ideas where white just slips the queen off the d file, right? To try to encroach on black's king over here. Simple tactic, knight takes c6. Paying attention to your kids is overrated. Yeah, Kyle, I think you can actually get away with with saying that. I mean, maybe when you just have the one, it's different, right? Because you must sort of focus all your attention on uh, that one child, that one vulnerable human being. But then once you've had multiple kids, right, like they can just start to look after each other. I think that's really what motivates most people to have, more than one kid in the first place, to relieve yourself of the burden of needing to supervise all the time. I could be wrong though. I don't, or maybe it's just different depending on the culture. So bishop e6. So knight takes c6. I guess the point being knight takes c6, and pawn takes d5. Forking. Oh, that's not right. Knight takes pawn c6. Knight takes c6. Pawn takes d5. Forking the knight on c6 and the bishop on e6. And white has d5 defended enough times. So yeah, knight takes c6 also looks quite good. Let's go back to some of these other games. Or maybe there's something new on. Oh, all right. Is this a new one? All right. Let's see a new game from Nest Flugter. Yeah, yeah. Kyle is a something I'm an expert at being a dad. So I would heed his advice on parenting, and also chess. He's been making really impressive progress lately. As long as you play into the openings, he knows. Okay. Games. All right. Nest Flugter is white. His opponent is Postestio. Potestio. Excuse me. And we'll briefly rewind to see how we got here. We have two knights where white goes d3, bishop to c5, castles d6. So this is just a very classic, straightforward means of development where you have actually this perfect symmetry on the board. But here black decides to decline the chance to keep it symmetrical, and he kicks the bishop with h6. And after bishop h4, now black goes bishop g4. And so I suppose now white does have the chance to bring things back into a symmetrical arrangement with h3 and bishop h5. But what bishop g4 fails to stop is the move knight d5. And this is kind of the thematic means of how to apply the maximum pressure to this pinned knight, which is especially effective once black or once either side has committed to kingside castling, right? There's something to be said when playing these very balanced, slow, solid e4, e5 systems to maybe delay castling until maybe the move h3 or h6 has been thrown in, right? Just to eliminate the possibility of this pin being possible, right? Eliminate the possibility of the pin, right? So because you have control of the square. So after knight d5, it's not totally clear what black can do other than the drastic measure g5. Right. Normally, you want to avoid playing this way when you've already committed to castling kingside. However, with the bishop on g4, it's I think this works more in black's favor, because what would otherwise, I think, be a very natural sacrifice of the piece for 2 pawns with knight takes g5, white simply can't do that here because the queen on d1 would hang. So after knight d5, g5, white may simply have nothing better than retreating the bishop to g3. At which point, then black can take, can sort of assume control and use the same means of putting pressure on the pin piece, right? And black has the benefit of white not having played h3 yet. So you can't break the pin in the same way, right? After knight d4, if white tries to go h3, then it is it's more or less too late, right? The damage will be done after knight takes f3, pawn takes f3, bishop takes h3. So I think black is in fairly good shape here. Queen d2. So queen d2 is a drastic move. You you eliminate the pin, but at the cost of allowing bishop takes f3, and you have to damage your pawn structure with g takes f3. And then I think the natural follow-up would probably be knight d4. I don't know if black wants to insert g5 or not. Maybe you do. I don't think that white has any type of bishop g5, queen g5 ideas after king to h8. If white tries a check on the h file, I think you can just retreat the knight to h7 and block the check. And then knight d4 will be coming with great effect. Also rook g8. Right, I mean the g file would be open for both kings, not just the one. Knight d4, knight d4 has the immediate threat of knight f3 check, right, forking the king and queen. And also the knight on d4 sometimes will get rerouted from e6 to f4. And if black can plant a knight on f4, usually it is it will mean that white is very near losing, because it's going to be difficult to stop the swarm of black pieces from coming in on the king side. I think ideally black would put the c6 knight on d4 and then be able to break the pin, right, with a move like g5, and then follow up by bringing the f6 knight to h5 and then to f4. Right? Just getting a knight on f4 is what matters. But if you can achieve both, right, that would basically be Black's dream in this position, I think. But even if you had to keep this knight on f6 for the time being, and you can maneuver the other knight to f4, I don't think it would make a substantive difference. Black is still definitely to be preferred. And White's just going to have to crouch down and just try to delay the inevitable, more or less. Knight takes e4. Oh, knight takes e4. Is that winning? I mean, it's winning a pawn. Oh. All right. I think I'm going to be joined any moment if I haven't been joined already.
Hey, Evan. Hey, everyone. How's it going?
Hey, Mitch. Welcome.
Thanks for inviting me on.
No, thanks for coming on.
My camera just gave out. Let me fix that. I hate this camera.
Well, it doesn't seem to think all that highly of you either.
Yeah.
It just kind of
I test this all the time.
While Mitch is fixing that, I'll just quickly take a look at knight takes e4, which does appear to win a pawn, right? Based on the idea that after bishop takes queen, Black then takes the queen on d2. If then White decides to take the pawn on c7, Black would win the pawn on f3 with check. And king g2. Black does appear to be a pawn up. However, I don't know if it's worth Black simply playing knight e4 to rely on a sequence of tactics that wins a pawn, but that also trades a lot of pieces in the process, right? I think it may be better for Black. So Black just played the move g5. Whether or not g5 is the solution, I don't know if a queen trade was in Black's best interest, even if it nets a pawn.
There we go. I think I fixed it.
Yeah, we can see now. Unless I missed some other tactical resource for Black that wins significantly more than a pawn. Oh, of course, the rook on f1. See, that's how tired I am. Why would you take the pawn on f3 if you can take the rook on f1? So yes, that would be a healthy exchange for the good for Black. I would agree. But I don't know. Maybe it's just the sadist in me, where I feel like Black doesn't necessarily have to just go for the material here. Like, this is a position where you can just slowly squeeze White to death.
Yeah, it's looking like there's also no bailout of a 3-4 repetition because the knight can block. So
right, yeah, after bishop takes g5.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah,
yeah, maybe so my ineptitude, Mitch, I haven't figured out a way of being able to make moves like on an analysis board. If you could succeed in doing that, I think it would be really helpful. I'm sure that my arrows, I'm sure that the chat is tiring of just my arrows like saturating the whole board.
I'm not sure exactly how. I know that's possible.
Yeah,
I think that you have to like link an analysis board to the game that's going on and then do it in a separate analysis board.
yeah, it
But
sounds like a
I'm
lot of
not,
work.
yeah, I'm not a premium member, so I don't know how to do it exactly.
Oh,
I know that you can't do it if you're not premium, but you have free premium as a
yeah.
NM,
If
right?
you would, I mean, if you think it's worth trying to walk me through it, I would try.
I think it is. Is there like a button that kind of looks like a magnifying glass that says like analysis on the bottom left
Um, mm,
of the notation? Sorry.
so I don't. I see a share, a download, an add to library, and it says live analysis.
Oh, it might be that live analysis button.
All right, so if I click on live analysis, let's see what happens. It says live is being replaced this year. Switch to play,
Been saying that for like a year now.
and I'm right back where I started.
Okay, then I don't know with the new changes.
But here, let's see.
Ev-
Let's just see what happens. Can I move a piece? Oh, I can move a piece, but it says I guessed. Oh,
Oh
I guessed correct. So this is just me guessing. This isn't actually
yeah,
me being able to play through a variation. Oh well, that was a tease. Well, I guessed correct, so I guess good for me. Oh, and I guessed this one correct too. Let's see if I guess Queen takes G5 correct. Go 3 for 3.
I think that's a pretty good
Yeah,
guess.
and now King H8. Correct. Yeah, I think Queen H6 is probably on deck. Otherwise, Rook to G8 is going
Yep.
to pin the Queen. So either Queen H6 or King H1 wouldn't necessarily be the next move. I think King H1 would be met by Rook G8 anyway. And Queen H6. Yeah, I'm just going to guess Queen H6. Yeah, I can't go Knight H7. Queen H6, Knight H7 to block the check, and then there are simply no more checks White can
Yep.
give, and Black should then be in really good shape to wrap things up soon thereafter.
Yeah,
So I guess
completely
it
agree.
may be worth checking out another game. Let me see if anyone put anything up on the Discord. Nope. So we'll go back to matches. And where we last left off was this move d5, knight takes e5, and bishop e6. And someone in chat, I think it was Google fan, had pointed out that knight takes c6 does indeed win an additional pawn for White after knight takes c6, and then White can play e takes d5, forking the knight on c6 and bishop on e6. But here White played queen to g5, which I don't think throws anything away. It maybe creates some direct threats on the d file. Knight takes c6 could still be in the cards, and possibly maybe some ideas based on trying to deflect this knight away from f6, and maybe preparing to take this pawn on h5. Also, I think it just makes sense to kind of bring your queen in to this territory in close proximity to Black's king. Just trying to make him sweat a little.
Yeah, it's very it's looking very good for White here. Lots of pressure against Black, but if Black gets time, they can also build up on the B file. So they do have potential counterplay of their own. But yeah, it's looking like an exciting game. At first, I thought it was a potentially a dragon, but it's a Pierce defense.
Yeah. It right. I mean, you have the opposite side castling. The whites king side pressure. It did have all the telltale signs of a dragon. But yeah, we actually arrived here from Perth, and black went queen to b6, which is, I guess, a reasonable try, right? One of the benefits of black having recaptured on c6 with the pawn was the creation of this open b file. So if black had the time, right, a move like rook b8 could be could be useful. Also, now that the queen is off of the d file, the e4 pawn is a slightly more sensitive, and it doesn't appear that white is in any immediate danger, but maybe has to tap the brakes a little bit on their attack. So here, white played the move e takes d5.
Sorry if I keep reaching over there. I'm feeding snacks to Diana so that she stays distracted.
I completely understand. You do what you have to do. E takes d5. I don't know if white necessarily had anything more decisive. I mean, the threat, I guess, was the threat, but black, would have been able to take on e4 with the d pawn, and then maybe bring something into d5 next. So ed just eliminates that. I guess if black tries something courageous like rook b8, and gives up the bishop on e6, queen takes b2 check, king d2, and I guess here I'd be able to play a fun puzzle rush type tactic with queen takes c3 check, king takes c3, and knight e4 check.
Right.
Forking the king and queen. Again, my apologies for not being able to move pieces. But hopefully that was easy enough to follow along. So maybe rook b8 is playable. I mean, I don't think it actually will achieve anything if white just refrains from getting greedy.
But in the end, isn't that still black giving up 2 pieces for the one? Because we took a bishop,
right?
Start,
because
right?
in fact you're not winning the queen, right? Because you'll just take back on g5. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's basically just a fancy way to lose a piece. Yeah, because you needed to give up the bishop on e6 in the first place.
Yeah.
To even create the tactical chance. So yeah, a lot of flash, but with little to show for it. So now, how can white continue?
Yeah, and Golko fan also points out after rook b8 there is knight c4, which is something I was interested in as well. So putting the knight on the square that's no longer protected by the pawn,
hit it, yeah.
Hit the queen and defend b2 at the same time.
Knight c4 is a classic move for sure. Right, hit the queen, guard b2, and yeah, just take care of everything. So here, what does white do next? Taking on d5 looks reasonable. Right, I don't think you want to allow knight takes c3 if you can avoid it. Another idea may be I was thinking about possibly lifting a rook to guard the knight, but unfortunately h3 is guarded by the bishop. So that was a non-starter. Okay, so white just does the sensible thing and takes on d5. One of the tactical points here is that if black takes on d5 with the bishop, this allows what I guess is also just a fancy trade after queen takes f6 check. King takes f6 and knight d7 check, working the king and queen.
Yep. Another good one.
Yeah, but since white is already up a piece, this mass liquidation may not be a bad idea, right? Just reach a clearly winning endgame. It just is a matter of technique. So black probably won't take with the bishop. And if instead, let's say he takes with the knight, this allows bishop takes pawn. With I guess then the follow-up being maybe either minor piece taking on g6.
Yeah, I was looking at the weakness of the g6 square as well.
Yeah. So the knight on f6, right, is deflected off that square. It allows white to take on h5, which would leave cd as black's third option, and the one that doesn't appear to let white have as much fun.
Do you want to join in? You tired of the chair? Incoming appearance from the future world champion.
Oh yeah. Oh, there she is.
Say hi to everyone.
She will be able to point out all of my errors in analysis without hesitation. I'm sure.
Yes, she definitely likes the point at the very least, whether it's accurate or not.
Yeah. All right. Hey, sweetie. All
right, so we had a pawn capture rather than a knight.
Right.
So
I mean, my instinct here was just rookie one. Right, just get the last piece involved.
Yeah.
I don't really fear queen f2. Although maybe I should be a little more materialistic, but I don't know. It just made sense. I guess another good move might just be bishop d3.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d3 as
targeting
well.
the weak point on g6 some more.
Yeah,
and also keeping an eye on c2, right? Just because now that black has captured on d5 with the c pawn, there is an open c file to work down.
I think no matter the move, I want Matt Chess to spend a lot of time here. He's got an hour and 5 minutes left. This is a critical position. He's I think up a pawn right now, but has a
right.
Also initiative on the king. So let's spend time and calculate out the whole sequence, or at least get a good feel for it. Definitely a point where I would spend time myself.
That's a really excellent observation to make before you and your future world champion progeny joined in. We had a brief discussion about using an excessive amount of time on a move, right? Only to play like a mediocre move, right?
Yeah.
In accordance with the long think, wrong think school of chess. However, on the opposite end, there are certain critical positions, right, where it is absolutely worth taking considerable time to calculate through like concrete variations if it will in fact result in a forced win or something very close to a forced win. So there's some right, there needs to sort of be some balance to strike in knowing like what types of positions require you to spend that time, and where you can safely get away with just trusting your intuition and not having to worry too much and conserving your time instead.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the long think, wrong think applies a lot to positions where you're thinking a lot on a move that has a lot of similar moves to it in value.
Right.
As well as like a positional move, especially at the lower levels, if they're thinking a lot on what comes down to like a non-attacking move, I think can often lead to this long think, wrong think. But when it comes to like attacking, I would think a lot of it is concrete enough that you can try to solve it. I don't know at like this level or so, but at least I think that's the correct time to think. You know, when you feel like, oh, I could do really well here, or I could mess it up. Like you definitely want to spend some time there.
Yeah. No, I think that's basically I think that's good advice. It's unfortunately, when you're playing like a serious rated game, certainly over the board, you don't have somebody who can come by and tap you on the shoulder and give you the prompt like, oh yeah, white to play and win, right? The same way that you would see if you're going through a book of exercises or puzzles or right, like a woodpecker type book. But by and large, those kinds of positions, right, where there is a forced sequence to give you a winning advantage or to actually win the game at all, those you need a certain radar, right, to be able to detect those, to know that all right, this is where it really is worth the investment in to because the game could hang in the balance at that point. So G4 was played, and I'm not sure what it achieves. I mean, there's definitely the direct threat of being able to take on H5. And I guess if black takes, well, I take that back. G4, does achieve quite a bit, right? In just putting additional pressure on H5 for sure. It doesn't do anything about F2, or should that matter? If Queen F2, I guess this can be met with Rook F1.
Yes. Yeah. So Queen F2, I think, is a mistake. Maybe after some captures on G4, then Queen F2 might be a thing, but definitely on the first move, it's a mistake. I don't know if she just turned off my sound. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, she was just messing with the wheel on my
oh
headphones.
No, oh yeah, you don't. I know. The wheels on the bus has been like on permanent replay, I think, in our house, and since my son was born. So anything even wheel like would immediately be a target for the little guys. One thing that G4 does not do that actually I liked about the bishop D3 move is that it doesn't cover E4. And so it's possible that black can try to drum up some kind of counterplay by extricating this queen from G5. right? Because I think that would be forced. I don't know what else white could do. And it's not totally clear where the queen goes.
Yeah,
Can't come back to d2. That's first covered. If you go to e3 to try and trade queens, black can probably just sidestep that. Maybe with a move like, oh no, you just take on f2. Knight takes f2 after queen e3, forking the rooks.
Yep.
Right, because the queen on b6 sort of it defends the knight on f2, through the queen on e3.
Yeah. So what is the actual response to
That's a very good
94
question.
then? Because it's looking like 94 is very strong for black here. And yeah, I think that's
Right.
something that I think this is a very key concept that even I make a ton of errors on. Is when I'm attacking, I focus so much on my moves and not on my opponent's moves. And here's an instance where Matt Chess here was so engrossed in their attack that they missed 94 here, which looks really strong for black.
Yeah.
Both dissuading the attack that white has and creating their own threats. So
yeah. So I'm wondering.
Oh, and there's 94 right there.
There it is. So it's not clear what the path of least resistance is.
Yeah, I think that white's going to have to play something like maybe like queen f4, and then if knight takes f2, putting a rook on f1 and trying to build up on the f file. But the f7 pawn's really well protected, so we're only getting into the f6 square. And
I'm even trying to see if queen e7. I got disconnected again. All right, I apologize in advance if this messes up the board, because it probably will. But, so if queen e7, there's no threat, right? Like f7's guarded, you can't take on g6. Yeah, black has a free hand. I mean, it can maybe even just take a move to go like rook b8 or something else, right? Something that like knight f2 is still in play, but black maybe has time to improve their position even more.
Yeah. And to answer Kyle Boone's question on queen e3, black actually has knight takes f2. So the queens get traded, but white will lose the exchange with it.
Right. So if white wants to avoid, queen e3 even doesn't necessarily trade queens, but it certainly seems like it could lead in that direction. If white goes queen f4 instead, black can take on f2 with the knight, and I don't see an immediate follow-up.
Why is chess.com disconnect me every like 5 minutes? I just want to watch.
Is there something going on? Is it like a rapid championship? Maybe something that would like attract a lot of viewers, and like
it's just I think that they disconnect you after like a certain amount of time watching a game to prevent.
Oh, is that it? Like
just eating up their server.
Then I'm like inactive.
Yeah,
because I'm just drawing arrows.
Yeah, because it happens all the time whenever I'm trying to watch. Even like in their watch tab, like if I watch like Norway chess or something, like after a while it just kicks me off. I think like they're just not designed to watch classical chess on chess.com. They're like rapid or faster. So
there's another game here up that I'm sorry I didn't notice earlier in the Discord channel between Laurent.
Oh, Laurent, he's on my team. So
all right. So we have vested interest here.
Baby girl.
So this is
You
between
don't pull on
Ringer
that.
8619 and Laurent with black.
Let me find that.
I'm gonna absolutely butcher this name if I try to pronounce it. Is it Haisetnunk?
I do not know how to pronounce it.
So I'm just gonna go with Laurent,
Yeah.
which I'm sure I'm already mispronouncing to begin with. So I apologize in advance. Let's see how we arrived here from an Alyekin defense.
Oh, Laurent playing the Alviakin. That is interesting.
Yeah, he's just like, I can't let Evan only mispronounce one name this stream. I gotta throw in a lot of unpronounceable ones. So
It keeps switching me back to the mat chess game. Do you know how to switch between games in this?
So if you yeah, you gotta go to the games, and then they'll have an option where it'll say like daily games, archive, watch. Yeah, right, so it should hopefully appear there.
Yeah, it used to be on the right, and it was so easy, and then
yeah, I credit yeah, I owe Derek props for pointing me in the right direction here. And so F4. This is the what do you think? What do you think, Diana? I know she's got an opinion on this. What do you think? Do you think White's overextended?
So I think that F4 is theoretically the strongest, but also by far the riskiest way to play against Elyakins. And I've tried it quite often when I was playing E4 more than D4, and lately I've been playing D4 more. And I have very mixed results.
Yeah,
I almost think it's not worth it.
Right?
Because you don't see it enough to really remember the theory. And so you kind of get bogged down. And then I think that's the reason why Elyakins can be so fun to play as black is, people are like, I need to crush this. Like F4 is the way to crush this. And yeah,
I completely agree. I think there is definitely some psychology involved when black plays this way. And I think you are right on in terms of this this desire by white to quote unquote punish black, right, for their having violated fundamental opening principles by moving the same knight 3 times in the first 4 moves, while white simply gains a ton of space in the center. But like with other hypermodern openings, what black intends to do is to show that these pawns are actually overextended, right? And I won't bring up any at the moment, but I'll just throw out there that if anyone wants to do a quick game search of Magnus Carlsen playing this with black, he has demonstrated how to take it to show that these pawns are in fact they really only give the illusion of space, and that they will very quickly be dismantled, and that black can just get a nice playable position where white is still convinced that this must be refuted, right? And that they can't and that, like, how is black even surviving at this point? As I remember seeing a bunch of Kasparov games where he simply he foregoes the 4 pawns, right? He'll usually just go like d4, knight f3, right? Like bishop, and he'll just develop normally and basically just try to keep this knight on d5 a little longer, waiting for the opportune time to kick it, right? To sort of like maximize white's initiative, right? That's sort of the double-edged sword that black is playing with here. But I mean, this is a very popular line at lower levels, and for good reason, because you're taught that if you can take the space, that you should. And after G6, right? I mean, it was pretty clear that Black's dark squared bishop did not have any great prospects on this other diagonal. G6 makes a lot of sense. Knight to C3, bishop to G7, bishop E3 castles, bishop E2, bishop E6,
Yeah.
and B3. I don't know if bishop E6. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really know any theory in this line, but I don't know if bishop E6 is considered theory or not. It makes sense, right? Just putting immediate pressure on the C pawn. It does seem to provoke D5 as well, but maybe that's what Black wants. So
yeah, Black would definitely be happy with D5.
Yeah, right. Because now you have this. Well, even after B3 though. I mean, White can't take this move lightly, because you have opened this diagonal for Black's G7 bishop, and Black responded with A5.
Yep. And I want to say thank you to the $5 tip and the compliment to Diana being cute, to whoever tipped that. And yeah, Golgo fan says that they play this with both sides, but they don't trust the fianchetto.
Albert's main weapon. Yeah, Lev Albert was probably among the strongest GMs to use this regularly. I know he worked very closely with Sam Palatnik, who I think also would play Yalyakin. And there are a few other GMs who are still somewhat competitive. I think Shabalov plays it sometimes. Like I could imagine that playing this every so often to sort of throw your opponents off, right? Or just to have the advantage of taking the game into lesser known territory. I mean, that definitely has appeal. But I think just purely objectively, right, just from a practical standpoint, if White knows what to do, Black Black could struggle, right, to reach a position where it is straightforward to play for a win, and may end up having to just sort of suffer in a slightly worse position for some meaningful part of the game. I like the move A5, right? Since the rook can't really develop off of the A file, it makes sense to optimize where it already is, right? And just try to open the A file this way. And I don't really think it comes at a loss of time.
Yeah, and my knowledge from here is very limited. Just from one beta test that I did on Till's course on Chessable, I know that he says that the G6, like the fianchetto Alyakin's defense, has been becoming more popular, but he believes not the optimal way for Black to play it. But I guess when you say that if you're looking to get your opponent uncomfortable from the opening, you can play something that's not quite optimal.
Right.
Could be part of Laurent's choice here. I know that typically I think that the dark squared bishop, when you're not castle or when you're not fianchetto, you want to delay and try to get it to G4. So White delays the development of their knight to F3 until the Black bishop is moved at least once.
Right.
And kind of delays the center. It delays the play for Black. That's my very limited knowledge of Alyakin's defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been playing D4 for over a year now, so it's been a while since I've
since I
touched this.
Yeah. So I'm it's funny because I'm kind of in the opposite camp, right? Like I've started trying to adopt the dojo recommended aggressive
Mhm.
repertoire with e4. I have mostly been a d4 player, and honest, it's kind of refreshing to
Mhm.
be playing some games with e4 and just like reaching different kinds of positions. So
Yeah.
I'm uh, I'm getting experience in lines that I have basically never really seen
Mhm.
in any type of serious way, including one knight f6. Uh,
Yeah. I'd say it's really helpful to at least dabble a bit in multiple openings, even with white, because you just get an idea for different structures, and every now and then, like you said, it can be just refreshing. Like
right.
um, when I first switched to D4, it felt so nice to figure things out over the board myself instead of remembering, oh, Negi says to play this move here. So um, it was really
Which is still good to know, because his I mean his e4 repertoire is very like well uh, it's very well respected, right? I mean,
yeah.
he did a lot of work. I think he did so much work that it actually like motivated his retirement from chess altogether.
Yeah, it's quite
Right, like
possible.
there was nothing else he could achieve, right? So that was his lasting
Yeah.
legacy. Um,
Yeah, but he did come out with the fifth volume. I mean, now it's almost 2 years ago, but that was 2 or 3 years after he had stopped playing and stopped making the repertoire. So maybe he's back at it. I don't know. Um,
I mean, that would be pretty great. I mean, I remember when he first came on the scene. Uh, he's like one of the OG Indian prodigies.
yeah.
Uh, I think he made GM around 13 or 14,
Hmm.
and then I don't know, uh, somebody gave him the idea to, I think, stay in academia. I'm pretty sure he ended
Yeah.
up at Stanford.
Yeah.
And
He's been
he's
at
a,
multiple colleges now. I think he undergrad at
yeah.
Stanford and then I want to say grad at Harvard, maybe Yale. Um,
I mean,
something like that.
they're both okay.
Yeah, they're both pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had some email messages back and forth with
Oh,
John
did you?
Shaw
Yeah.
about 2.5 years ago about when they'd come out with the Roy Lopez. And he said that like Negi has said that he'll do it, but it was 2.5 years ago, and they were
Yeah.
considering having someone else play it or do it, like continue his series. Um, and I suggested Cotronius, and they said they were thinking about him as well. This was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Um, things obviously have most likely changed since then, but it would be great to have either of them finish out the series because it's missing that final E45.
Oh, for sure.
But
And we all know that Chessable needs more actual chess books to convert to courses. So yeah, stay tuned there. All right. Sorry for holding steady on the other game, but we're back at Matchess, and we'll see that Black did indeed play knight e4, and after queen to e3, Black took on e3 first, uh, which seems less precise than taking on f2 right away, because this I think wins uh, the pawn on f2,
correct, yeah,
as opposed to allowing white to preserve it on e3. Um,
uh-huh.
so that may have been an inaccuracy by Black.
Not only does
He's
it win the pawn, but if the queens get traded on b6, it automatically also activates the a8 rook on the a file.
very good point.
So two points as to why knight takes f2 is the superior variation, but I understand that can be a little hard to see that the knight's still X-ray defended by the queen.
If you need to excuse yourself to get her into bed, I wasn't just wake her up. She looked like she was trying to doze. Oh, no.
Yeah, she was starting to, but her eyes are open the whole time, so we'll see. If she starts to fall asleep, though, I'll excuse myself to put her down, because that'll be a lot easier than her poking my face.
I'll try to clamp down on my own enthusiasm, so as to not be so disruptive to her sleep. So after knight f2, pawn takes h5, and black decides to just snap off one of the rooks right away. Guess I can't really argue with that. I mean, I don't see a way for black to have made some type of immediate improvement. Maybe there was time to bring one of the rooks over, like to c8 or b8, but not strictly necessary. Taking is fine, and then rook takes h1. So we have material equality, which didn't have to be the case. Black could have netted an additional pawn, but white has a knight and 2 pawns, right, for the rook. And
also, black's rooks are not very active, so I'm actually feeling like that missing of knight takes f2 seems to really have kind of been a major mistake here, because both allowing for the material quality and then also not activating the a8 rook, and then now has used another move to take his rook off of what would become the active f file and put it on the
put it on the edge. Yeah. To black's credit for finding, I think, the only move, knight e4, in that position after white's error with g4 instead of just bishop d3. Black has again sort of resumed their human form and shown that you can't, as the saying go, nobody's nerfing. So this is not so clear. Usually, I think the minor piece and pawns would be preferred to the rook, but that obviously depends on the condition of the pawns, right? If they're like connected and passed, then it would basically be crystal clear. But here, these pawns are separated and somewhat weak, so there's no guarantee that white will be able to keep material equality, right? Maybe something could go down along this e file, but it is white's move, and so it looks like white should focus on this spot on g6. How can white do that? If rook to g1, black takes on h4, I think that would allow white to take on g6 with the knight, hitting the rook and then opening up all sorts of tactical opportunities with the discovered attack on the king once the knight moves from g6. Sorry, I've been disconnected again.
There you go.
Hopefully not too disruptive. And
Yeah, I think this game can go either way based on the play that we've seen so far.
right,
It definitely felt like it was about to be Black's game, and then unfortunately, I think he's kind of giving it back a bit.
right.
So I think it'll go a little back and forth, and could go for a while. But I would say the current position, if this was Carlson versus Aronian or something, White would definitely have a strong edge.
Yeah. So Kyle pointed out after rook g1, rook h4, if you take with the rook, does that not win the bishop? And no, Kyle, I think you're right. I completely overlooked the fact that the king can't go with the bishop on f7 because the knight is there. So yeah, rook h4 I think would be an error, a serious error after rotation.
It's okay.
So rook g1 then leaves Black with a question what to do to guard the pawn.
More puffs.
Rook h6 is not very appealing, right? To have to position this rook on h6, defending a pawn where it has no prospects, to swing over.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f5 would make sense, but then I think h5.
Yeah, Goku fan also
Maybe,
has a
it may be too much, right? Too much for Black to handle on the g6 square. So rook g1 seems like a logical follow-up. I'm going to check the Discord, see if anyone in any other games. I don't see any. And
well, then how about as we wait, you tell us what is next in the life of Evan Rosenberg? Are you any tournaments planned or anything like that coming up?
So sure. I'll just interject briefly by saying White did not go rook g1, but started with bishop d3. I don't really like bishop d3 as much because I liked this idea of White being able to go h5 to put pressure on the g pawn, and with the bishop on d3, h5 is no longer guarded that way. So for what that's worth. Anyway, back to me. My next tournament, my next serious tournament will actually be the Canadian Open.
Interesting.
Yeah, in Hamilton, Ontario, from July 12th to 17th.
Okay.
The last time I played in the Canadian Open was 20 years ago. So it'll be my glorious return to our neighbor in the north. From what I remember, and also just the reputation and all, it's a wonderful tournament. It is a 9-round Swiss, and most of the scheduled games are 2 a day, but one it's a I find this to be a very like respectful choice by the organizers, is on certain days they only schedule 1 game, 1 round.
Oh, that's nice. So like a semi-rest day.
Exactly. So I think they do that before. I think they do it before round 3 and before round 9.
Okay.
And it's great, right? Because you do have these rest days to spend at your discretion. When I played in this tournament 20 years ago, my buddies and I, on the rest days, it tells you, this kind of ages me a little bit. So we would go to Montreal Expos games. The tournament was in Quebec, and it was, for those who don't know, the Washington Nationals now used to be the Montreal Expos, and they were not the best team, so it was pretty easy to score tickets. And similarly, to sit wherever you wanted in the stadium, and it was a blast. Hopefully, I'll be able to find some sort of equivalent activity to do during those rest days to get around Ontario. I think it's somewhat near Niagara Falls, although I have done that already. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think Tuan will be playing
Oh,
for
great.
Dojo, and also Braden Lachlan. So there will be a few familiar faces or familiar avatars, however you want to put it. And
For some reason, I thought Braden moved to Spain, so I don't know why I thought that.
Oh, is he in Spain?
I could be mixing him up with someone else.
He's still registered for the tournament though, so maybe he's only coming back temporarily.
I might be mixing him up with a different Chessable employee. But...
Oh, I don't know. But yeah, so that's what's next for me. And hopefully, I mean, this is my first like Swiss tournament in a while, right? I've just been playing in some round robins.
I think that'll be a good change of pace. I think every now and then you gotta play a good Swiss to keep yourself sane.
I think, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And I have, I'm cautiously optimistic. Right? At a minimum, I think I'll have a good time. Hopefully, I'll have a good result too. But more importantly, I'll have a good time. All right, so
I don't know about you, but I have the belief that I think Kostya is a stronger Swiss player than he is like a round robin player. So I don't know if the same applies to you, but I think that kind of explains his not bad results at all, but less than perfect results, I guess, at recent norm events compared to. He's been just crushing it at most of the Swisses that he plays.
That's another good observation. I guess for what it's worth, my IM norm, I did earn it in a Swiss, right? Not in a round robin. So maybe I've been going about it all wrong this whole time, and I should have just been looking for the Swisses.
I think all of Kostya's IM norms came from Swisses as well.
Well, then. Call me embarrassed for thinking that I could try and do it in these round robins where I knew my opponent in advance. Maybe that's the secret, is no one prepped for me, and so I just came out of nowhere and caught everyone by surprise. So Black went ahead here. Sorry for the digression, everybody, and just decided I don't want this weak pawn on g6 any longer. I'll move it to g5, and with great effect, because the pawn is immune, right? White can't capture. The rook on h1 is pinned. So White responded with h5, creating a passed pawn of their own.
Yeah,
it's not clear that is really going to get anywhere, though.
Yeah, because it's not going to make it past h6 because it's a dark square. If it were,
it does make a nice home for a piece on g6, though, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. I think the knight can become very strong there on g6, or maybe even the bishop, but probably the knight.
And the benefit of the bishop would be you can move the rook off of h1, right?
Yeah.
Oh, bishop h7. That seems. What? There's got to be some tactics here with h6.
Yeah, h6. Because the rook can't take because we win the bishop.
Right. The rook can't take because it allows rook takes rook, and if the king recaptured on h6, the bishop on f7 is undefendable.
Yeah.
And there's no like back rank mate threats or anything. The king can simply walk out to d2. Also, f1 happens to be covered by the bishop. So h6 looks like a very natural move here. I mean, not only to not allow the pawn to get captured, but also because of some of the tactical implications. The king, then where would the king go after check?
Yeah, the king would have to fall back probably to. Oh, geez.
So the problem with
it's not
f8
any good.
would be rook f1, right?
Yeah, the problem with FA is rook f1. Problem
And the
with
rook can't go
g8
to-
is that you still
Can't
push
go to-
h7.
So f6, right? H6, f6, maybe the answer, right? Hitting the knight on e5. But I feel like white has been allowed back in this game when that did not have to be the case. Yeah, black could have dropped the hammer, right, with knight takes f2. Maybe that'll come back to haunt him a little bit. Is there any knockout after king f6? I'm not sure.
I was just gonna take the bishop and then play h7, but there might be more to it.
Like I'm wondering if maybe, I mean, like this knight could come in really handy.
Yeah.
Like king f6, knight g4. King e7. And like rook f1. Just with the idea that like then you're gonna go h7 and knight h6.
Mm-hmm. Dana, why are you squirming so much? You were about to fall asleep, and then you
or
didn't.
h7 before rook f. Yeah, well, you need to make sure that you don't allow black to take the knight on e5. But also, yeah, I think Mitch's suggestion of just snapping the bishop off may also be completely fine, right? You have this bishop on d3 that's always gonna guard h7, and it would appear that black will have nothing better than at some point to simply sack the rook on h7.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because otherwise this is just going to be a thorn in black's side for the remainder of the game. Yeah, Carney, I think
but it could be a good idea to save the knight just so that g pawn has less play as well.
Also, right, that's what's nice too about playing the knight on g4 is that you simply you restrict the g5 pawn, and the knight and the bishop complement each other really well, right? Covering all the light and dark squares on black's king side.
Yeah, I agree. I think that probably is a bit better than my first intuition of taking the bishop.
So let's go back to Laurent's.
Okay.
Oh, what happened to Laurent's game? Let me search for it.
It's probably because we had to refresh because it disconnected.
Probably. All right, I'll just.
We had 3 moves total, so 2 from black and 1 from white since the last time we saw.
Yeah.
So not a lot of action yet.
I'm just gonna close all these down.
Thanks for joining, Golko. Enjoy your lunch.
Yep. Thank you for the help picking up my slack, showing my my vulnerabilities. Yeah, I definitely am still prone to missing a lot of tactics. Go fan's pretty sharp. So enjoy your lunch. Let me know what you're having. Maybe it'll help me improve my tactics. Games. There we go. And we're back to Laurent against Ringer. We've got knight f3. c6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can think of with c6 is that it is directed against d4, d5.
Interesting, because I feel like white does not want to play d5.
Right. Like, why would white want to
so
play d5?
Yeah.
At this point, like opening up the diagonal for the angelic bishop. Yeah. But you also can't exactly go knight to c6 because it does actually invite d5, which would fork the knight and bishop.
Yeah. So maybe he just didn't want to play knight b to d7 and played c6 as a waiting move.
Right, but I mean, maybe a4 could have just been played too.
Yeah, that's what I thought he
that
was
the point of
aiming
a5.
for.
Yeah,
that's kind of all the rage these days. Also, any lines white's pushing h4 and black's pushing a5. Like,
yeah,
any opening, it's viable.
I'll go with the unsolicited promotion of Matthew Sadler's book, The Silicon Road to Chess Improvement, which is a great book. It is a big book. It is heavy. It probably weighs more than Mitch's daughter.
Wow.
To be perfectly honest. And
Diana?
He has a chapter devoted to marching rook pawns, right? So A or H pawns. But some of these engines have demonstrated that it is more than just this barbaric caveman style attack. That there is some there is method to the madness here. But the point of a5, it did seem pretty consistent, right? To want to follow up with a move like a4, which either would prepare to take on b3 and maybe just weaken this pawn, but also could just take space, right? Just put the pawn on a3. And then black this great blockade here, right? White certainly won't be able to achieve anything on the queen side. And then you have all of these dreams of being able to sacrifice a piece on b3 or a2, right, and queen this a pawn. So c6 just seems a little, I guess, inconsistent.
Yeah, and
move, the word.
I'd say inconsistent at first with the thoughts, but then it comes to mind maybe c6 and then a4. And then that counters b4 because maybe we then play d5 ourselves, but then more inconsistency with then taking on an e5.
Right. Although, I mean, I guess if white wanted, c5 is playable here. Or playable. c5 can be played. I don't actually know if it's any good. But I would think that if black actually took on c5, that this would be helpful for white, right? To have this blockade here. And I think a queen trade may actually favor white, right? Just because you have all the space. And then you can play moves like knight g5, bishop f3. You're just trying to improve your pieces slightly. I can't really argue with castles. And castles make sense. You want to get your king out of the center. But instead of a4, black takes on e5. And this seems a little too cooperative.
Yeah, I agree. I think that black should have kept the tension and thought of potential d5s at some point. But I did want to address Helgilda asked about isn't Sadler's thoughts with engines are controversial in the dojo universe. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly
if it is. I'm oblivious to that. I didn't.
I don't know exactly what Sadler says in the book. I haven't read it, but dojo's not anti-engine in the way of like never use the engine. Dojo is
Right.
anti-engine in the sense of use your brain, then the engine. Like David
Yeah,
says
no,
not to use an
that's an
engine.
important clarification.
Yeah.
So I will, yeah. So to help build this point, I think that the whole philosophy about setting engine evaluations aside, right? Especially if you're really trying to understand, on your own, like what's happening in a given position. Yeah, that is totally consistent with the dojo's values, and I stand by that 100%. But that's not really what Sadler is advocating for in the book. If anything, he really helpfully offers different different ways to train with engines, right? To like maximize what they can actually give you, and like being able to like learn, right, how to understand the position without taking the shortcut of simply believing, right, what an engine says in terms of its evaluation, and just taking it at face value and like not thinking about it critically on your own, right, so that it really sinks in. So I don't know if they are at odds, right, if there's like an opposing viewpoint. So
I'll be right back.
yeah, instead of making like humans, what am I gonna I guess what I'll offer is there's a lot that that humans can learn from engines, right? If approached in the most beneficial way, right? If you're not just going to like blindly go through a game and say like, well, what's the engine telling me, right? I need to believe my silicon master. But at the same time, there are still many types of positions that humans understand better than engines, where an evaluation is simply wrong. I think as neural networks and everything continue to develop and are more sophisticated, those positions will likely be reduced. But yeah, I don't think it's like there's any sort of clear hierarchy yet, in terms of like being a well-rounded chess player, or having like a certain amount of like fundamental understanding about certain positions. Okay.
Yeah, I'd say
Catching up the chat.
I don't know what level Sadler's book is aimed at, but I think usually David says if you're below 2000 is when to really not pay too much attention to engine.
Yeah.
And I would assume Sadler's book is aimed more at like already maybe IMs or GMs improving to past that point. So
Yeah.
like super GMs. So
I mean, in a lot of ways, Sadler's book is actually more like a textbook, right, on the like history of engines, right? Which, I mean, I think he can be considered an expert on, right, with all of his work on AlphaZero, and then also describing different methods that professionals use in how they actually study with engines. And what's great is that he seems to take a pretty honest stance in explaining what has worked and what hasn't, right? At least for him personally, and just sort of like leaving it to the reader, right, to decide for themselves like what they want to do. And I don't think he's really pushing one approach or another, which would seem to be against his humble British nature anyway.
yeah. He's also seems
And
very much like an academic. So
Yeah.
that would fit better with his personality.
Yeah, Helgild, I heard, yes, Sadler's interview on perpetual chess was terrific, and I think that was basically, I think that was released like in advance of the publication of his book. But yeah, I would recommend listening to that interview too. Maybe like if you're still on the fence deciding whether to get the book or not. And then maybe that will help persuade you one way or the other. Anyway, there's chess. So we have bishop g4 here. Bishop e6 to g4. And is there an immediate threat? I don't think so. The only thing I can see bishop g4 achieving is that it vacates the e6 square. I guess also, if black were to want to go c5, d5 would not attack a bishop on e6. So maybe that's what black has in mind too. And I guess removing the f3 knight also makes c5 more appealing, because then d5 would actually lose the e5 pawn. Is there another game?
There is apparently Kostya's game if we want to take a small diversion and look at that.
Sure. Well, is Kostya's game on chess.com?
No, but I can give you a PGN to put an analysis board. Does that work?
If you want to do that, I will gladly try my best to make that work.
Or wait, this doesn't have the download PGN button. Okay, I don't think we can do that.
This is the goal. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't necessarily have to sum up the conversation about engines, but I think really what it comes down to is what matters most is being able to articulate yourself, like what is happening in any given position, which is something that a computer is just incapable of doing.
Yeah.
So however you can use the computer to help you reach that, I think can only be a good thing. But you simply can't rely only on the computer and expect to get any better at chess, because that is just not going to happen.
How often do you have students that come to you with like engine lines and stuff as their analysis, and you can like clearly tell that they don't understand it, but they just copied what the engine said for their annotations?
So it certainly happens, right? And I don't need I don't need superior like detective skills to be able to just ask them, like, so why this move? Right? Like, what's your idea? What's the plan? And then when I'm met with like awkward silence, I'll be like, did you actually come up with this move, or was it the computer's first recommendation? Right? And like I have nothing against checking your games with an engine, but I think that it will be detrimental if you don't give yourself the chance to go through it, with your own brain first, and then to basically use the engine as like your sort of tactical like check, right? Like, well, what did I miss? So yeah, it does happen. And usually it's pretty easy to sniff out.
Yeah, and does it usually stop after the first time they kind of learn from it, and you think that they develop more? Or
what, that's a really good question, because the answer sort of depends on how hard the student is willing to work. Right? I mean, that's kind of the best thing I can say, right? Some chess players, they loathe hard work, and they are convinced that there's some like magic bullet that will get you good.
Yeah.
If there is, then I'm really like really upset that this has not been brought to my attention sooner. Right? I don't know how many tens of thousands of hours I've spent trying to do it on my own, like
Hmm.
you know, the like a chump.
Yeah.
And basically, if they're willing to invest in their improvement, they'll start to scale back, right?
Hmm.
How often they're analyzing their games with engines and then coming to me and saying, so this was the move I found, right?
That's good.
Uh, and like it's just better to be honest with yourself, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that that's kind of sentiment of like finding the magic solution kind of comes from, I feel like in intellectual endeavors, there's incentive for people to downplay how much effort they put into it. So I think a lot of top players will talk as though they haven't put hours and hours and hours into studying chess when really they have. I
Right.
think you get both sides of the spectrum. I think there's people who will like say that they did more effort than they did, and then there's people who say that they did less. And honestly, it's probably somewhere in the middle there, where
Mm.
the people who are touted as like super talented and not hard workers probably work a lot harder than we think they do, and people who are seen as like really hard workers are not putting in the, like, if you calculate it out, 20 hours a day or whatever,
Yeah.
um,
No, I think that's an important point to make, and it's still not totally clear cut, like where where distinctions can be made, right, between
mhm.
like talent, right, between like just a gift that you're born with, and then actually trying to like fulfill one's like greatest potential,
Yeah.
right, by like how can you build on that natural ability. um
Yeah, and I'm
and I know that Mitch and I will be busy figuring all that out with our kids.
yep. Yeah, exactly.
uh and A4 was played. Um, I'm checking the Discord again. I might go back if if I somehow lost a game.
I think there was one other
I think this
game.
one,
The
might be this one. Oh, this one, Andrew
next
Post and Warglow. I feel like we went like we saw this hours ago, and I like forgot about it. So I apologize to anyone with a stake in these games. Let me see who the what teams are these guys on? Warglow and Andrew Post. Okay, tell me that real fast.
oh, that's
The Kasparov Kookaburras were Warglow. It's a member of that team, and his opponent, the Kramnik Kingfishers. So that is a point for the Kingfishers. Congratulations. So if I remember correctly, though, Black played this totally unsound piece sacrifice, right? Taking on B4. Mitch, I actually forget if you had joined the stream when we were looking at this or not. Does this ring a
had
bell?
not yet.
Okay.
Had not yet joined it.
So yeah, so this was a exchange Caro-Kann where White played this early B4, and I guess somehow coerced Black into sacking the piece here. This did not. I didn't think this turned out very well for Black at all. But let's see how he recovered. Rook B1, B5, Knight F3. Knight F3 looks fine. I probably can't really argue with it, although there a few other moves come to mind. Rook D1, is a possibility, threatening knight e4. Rook d1 threatening knight to e4. Another move is pawn to a4. And I think, my instinct is telling me that this does not work, but I feel like you also must look at the consequences of rook takes b5, right? Simply because black has this lone rook on a8 sitting there undefended that could be snatched up through a fork, right? Rook takes b5, and if pawn takes rook, queen takes b5 check, and where does the black king go?
Sorry, I was looking at some other stuff.
Were
you asking me where the black king goes?
Yeah, I mean, it was almost more rhetorical than anything else, though. Like, I don't think black can survive this, or at least can survive without having to give up the rook on a8, right? If the king goes to c8, I feel like queen c6 check is game over, right? King d8 and rook b1.
Yeah, this is not looking good. But then what happened? Didn't Black win this game?
Black won this game.
Where?
If rook takes b5, a takes b5, queen takes b5, check king d6, then I believe you're going to run into problems after I mean, we can start with bishop to c5, can't we?
Oh, okay. I see how this happened. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even like fast forward at all. I went right back to where we left the game off, which I feel like a lot happened in the meantime. Anyway, I can't say for certain whether rook takes b5 is sound, but at first glance, it actually appears to work. So I guess we'll verify that later on. We'll make sure to edit that in post before it ends up on YouTube, if it ends up on YouTube. But instead, knight f3 looks reasonable too, right? Bishop d6, but it's not. It didn't threaten anything immediate. So, and now a4. Okay, b4, a5. So yeah, like how about bishop d4 instead? Like I don't get a5. That move seems like a waste of time to me. Yeah, rook b8. Now bishop d4, queen h6, bishop e5. All right. I think knight e5 would have also been good, right? Because if this capture, the rook moves, and then I think white would have a nice follow-up with maybe something like queen g4, hitting b4, hitting g7, and white should be able to just win enough pawns that the piece will suffice, right, in terms of giving white a winning advantage. So bishop e5, rook b5, bishop takes d6, king takes d6, knight e5. Well, I mean, I would immediately think queen e5 should be the way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't know if knight e5 is bad.
No.
But queen e5, I think, may be more precise. Yeah, it is an expensive sack, Cartier. So, but I have the luxury of being the armchair quarterback here, right? I'm not the one making the moves. Queen f4, knight d3. So white's White may have just relaxed, and isn't really playing purposefully at the moment.
Yeah, when you get to the reason why black won, you'll see that.
Okay, I'm like kind of excited now. Yeah,
I-
don't spoil it for me. Queen e3. So now white is just trying to trade queens, I guess. Like, where's the queen going? Queen c3, rook c1, queen a3. Queen e5, check. Am I right? Did we have rook takes b4? Rook takes b4, queen c5, check.
Yeah, it's looking like that would be.
So that would be something. I mean, I feel like if black is going for anything here, it's trying to use this b pawn to irritate white a little bit. All right, so queen check, king e7, queen c7 check. So that seems like a big mistake. Like, why wouldn't you go rook c7 check?
Yeah, I think I agree. Getting the rook involved is important.
So this seems a little misguided. King f8, knight e5. All right, so mate threatened. And actually, how does black stop? You have to go king g8, queen f7, king h8, queen e6. Was there anything better? Yeah, maybe rook c7 instead.
I'm gonna mute myself for 1 second. My wife's calling me.
Oh, sure. All right, rook c7. I think rook g8 only moves. And then we get to play the puzzle rush-esque queen takes g8 check, king takes g8, and rook c8 mate. So yeah, I think rook c7 wins by force. I'm 99.9% sure that wins by force. But queen e6. So that, I mean, this also threatens knight f7, right? And probably a bunch of like smothered mates. So h6. And now g3. Yeah, rook c7 at any point should just end this game, I think. I guess g3 just makes an escape square. But I don't get it. Queen a5, rook c8 check. All right. Rook c8, queen c8, king h7, queen f5, king g8, rook e1. So if white wants to bring the b1 rook into the game, I think c1 is the way to do it. Right? Why bring it to a file that's blocked by the knight? I would, right, it's white's move here. We can start queen f7, king h7, maybe the problem is rook c1, rook c5. That should be enough. All right, well, rook e1.
I'm back.
e3. Okay, so I don't know. I'll just, if you saw, I'll take to this position here after king h8. Right, I'm pretty sure that rook c7 wins by force.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because of rook g8, queen g8, and mate.
Yep.
Right. So that was missed opportunity. That was one missed opportunity, I think, of many.
Yeah.
And this move g3 seems unnecessary, right? It's to make an escape square, but I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
And then rook c8 also, right? Like, I guess rook c7 wasn't possible.
Yeah.
But maybe even like rook c6 could have been I mean, rook c8 probably can't be bad, but I'm worried that white is just like proceeding in sort of a careless way. Rook e1, b3, right? Knight c6. Oh no. Well, knight c6 is not best.
Yes.
um,
There are very few moves worse than it. I guess queen f6 would be a worse move, but
oh my gosh.
uh,
So yes, but not by much.
yeah.
All right. So you know what? Maybe that's why my spidey sense was like a little off with rook e1, or I'm just giving myself too much credit. I thought rook c1 made more sense, right?
It's also an open file instead of a knight blocking it. So
precisely. The thing about e1, which white learned the hard way, is that you are actually stepping straight into the line of fire with this queen. And b3, let's see how much time white had here, because we do have the benefit of timestamps. Do we? White
48 minutes.
White spent, after b3, white spent 34 seconds in this position before going knight c6.
When you had 45 minutes. So definitely work low if you see this. Definitely something to think about where even if you don't continue on and win this game, you at least have 45 minutes left that you have time to blunder check every move. So a one move mistake like this definitely should be a red flag to you on something that you should be working on. So the point of the Liga is to play long games to improve. So this is definitely a clear point, as well as learning to spend time and think on the attack as well. Because also to get to almost 40 moves in and only have used half the time, definitely want to spend more time, because you definitely, as Evan has pointed out, a few chances that you had that you could have won this game.
I mean, white played a stellar game, right? Took absolute full advantage of black's unsound sacrifice, and started to convert it very, very nicely. And like, clearly this loss is painful for a reason. I mean, we all know that sinking feeling, right? When after all of your hard work building up an advantage, a move like Queen E1 just comes crashing down on you. But hopefully, the takeaway, right, the lesson learned is just take your time and leave like nothing to chance, right? So before making a move like knight c6, you owe it to yourself to just do like a quick once over and just say like, all right, it's not a forcing move, right? It's not a check, right? Black's not compelled to respond a certain way. Am I overlooking anything? And as you get into the habit of doing that, you will immediately come to see like, oh, my rook on e1, right? And so instead, I mean, gosh, let's see. What do we do instead? Let's start with, let's just go knight d3. I'm actually okay putting the knight back on d3. Or maybe just rook e3. Maybe just rook e3. Leave the knight on e5. Knight's good on e5.
Yeah, I was thinking knight d3 as well, but threatening mate on the back rank. But I guess queen d8 protects against it anyway.
Or rook b8.
With rook b8, then we can go rook to e7, right?
Unless there's some way of like bringing the queen back.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I mean, it may just be tomato here, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, post was this your game?
He must be Andrew C. Post.
Oh yes. Oh yes. That was like too on the nose, right, for me to pick that up. So yeah, you know what? Like for post, this was a really perfect illustration of like why you don't resign. Because lots of things can go wrong, right, for both sides. And so yeah, kudos to you for being resilient and just trying your best to come up with something, because a lot of chess is just about being resourceful, right, and like not succumbing to like your own feelings of self-doubt. And b3, it was like it worked. It was a great try and it worked. So knight c6 unfortunately falls to check. And at this point, white, I don't think has enough. White definitely doesn't have enough after queen e4. And so did black play a perfect game? Far from it. But what black did as well as they could have was they kept playing and just tried to create any sort of chance that they could in the position, and then it worked. I have been on white's side, right, in this game a lot over my my long chess playing career. And boy, like you'd think that when it happens one time, like you'll learn from it, it'll never happen again. But it happens. It happens more often. But at least you can reduce the amount of times that it happens overall. The big lesson is just you really can't ever just relax and stop paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, that's a huge issue I have as well. So definitely something to continue to work on throughout your chess career, and it doesn't magically go away. It has to be something you actively try to stop. Because my most recent OTB game, I was just crushing this 2150, and or 2050. He was almost 2100, and I won a piece in the opening and just coasted and checked out, and worried about dinner and all those things, and I blundered it away. So definitely something you can't just relax. You got to keep playing the game.
Yeah. Everyone is susceptible to it, right? No matter how long you've been playing, no matter what your title is or you're untitled, because we are humans and we are imperfect, and so our chess will similarly reflect that. So thought we'd go back to mat chess and Segura, right? This one has been back and forth. I think where we left off, right, was bishop f7, h6 check.
Oh, a pair of rooks must have been traded. I was like, where did white's rook go?
So white went the route of knight g4 check, not taking on f7, which I think either way, I think would have still been in white's favor, but there's a lot to be said for preserving the knight. And king e7, h7, with d8, knight e5, king f6, knight g4, king g7, knight h6. Not sure what white's really doing here. Like, why not bishop g6 here? What am I missing? Right, I guess if bishop takes g6, king takes g6. And then aren't you just going to win the h1? I guess maybe bishop g6, knight f5 check. Maybe that's how you save it. But then you can just move and you can go king f6. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what white's up to here. But I don't get rook d8. I think bishop g6 was the move. Knight f5, king f6. Rook h6. And maybe even here, knight d6, right? And then rook f1.
I think it's better after the rook h6 to go.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, if so on king e5 now, knight d6.
Right.
Because
and there's no bishop g6, right? Because knight d6.
yeah, exactly.
And then if there's no rook g8 because you can take. So king e5.
And then now knight d6 would be
Yeah,
really killer.
So what is king d2? I don't understand king d2. I'm all for activating the king, but now does not seem like the appropriate time.
Yeah, I just think that they missed the tactic
With knight d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so at least now knight d6 is no longer viable.
Yeah, and then a pair of rooks come off, which is I think what black wants.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because now it's just the knight versus the rook, and black does a good job of getting the bishop to g6, and yeah, I think black is
king f6. I'm wondering. Is this like if bishop h3 wasn't a move, and then just try to march the g pawn.
I mean, I think it makes sense what black did to try to get the bishop into g6, but it doesn't invite.
I'm just wondering
White could just take
what if white had taken
here.
the bishop?
Yeah, I think that's what white had to do.
Right. And then king takes and king e2.
Yeah.
And here I feel like white has significantly better chances to hold than allowing this bishop to remain.
Yeah, as soon as king f6 was played, you have to take that bishop. You have to see black's plan is to put the bishop on g6, and there's no other way to stop it.
So Keezy endgames are tough to assess. I totally echo that, and even to take that one step further, I think one's ability to assess them it's often skewed from the trends that have been forming throughout, the game, right, leading up to it. Like if you're white here, thinking that you might have had some crushing position, and now you're forced to just hold.
Mm-hmm.
It's never easy to like make that mental transition, right, in your mind, right? You may still be convinced that the win that you thought you had 20 moves ago, like somehow should still be like viable.
Yeah.
When I think white is fighting just to draw here, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And then by not fighting for the draw there, I think white's lost now.
Yeah, like is a4 trying to win? Are you trying to create a passed b pawn? You might just be asking for too much, right? Because bishop f7, bishop g6. Now you're going to guard this pawn.
Yeah, I think that the main point here is that they didn't see that black's plan was to play for bishop g6, and
Must be.
Assessing what your opponent's plan is really important. So definitely a big miss there. And now it's over. Black should win this. This game has been the most back and forth game that we've watched today.
Right. Yeah, especially in the end, right? Because in fact, calculating these lines out in the end game is easier than doing it in middle games, because the amount of moves to consider will be less, right, by default. Takes knight e8, f6, or knight e6. Sorry, f6.
Yeah, and as I don't know if you go by jump chess or JMP chess. Says in the chat, black should win, but doesn't mean that they will. We've seen that this entire game.
Give me 1 second, Mitch. I just need to turn our dryer on.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so from here, definitely black picks up the h pawn, which was white's biggest threat, and with it is guarding the a pawn. And then has a passed g pawn. So ideally, black should win, but we will see, because knights are tricky.
Okay.
So.
Sorry about that. So king e5. Okay, king e5 makes sense. Guard the 2 pawn. Knight b5. Okay, so can't even win the a pawn now.
Yeah.
Knight d4. King e4.
And,
yeah, this looks pretty dire for white.
Yeah, because even if black makes an egregious mistake and allows the fork on g5 or something, the g pawn's running fast enough anyway, so you can even let white get the rook. So
white's only hope here is to try and create a pass pawn, but it's just so time consuming to do. Meanwhile, black's king is really well placed and active on e4. Yeah, I think black really is for choice at this point. I'll just check the oh, did someone just start a game? I'll check it out.
Oh, great. Yeah, after we check that out, we can also head back to Laurent's game. I just found out that Laurent has to win, and I have to win, and our board 3 has to win or board 4 has to win in order to tie the match.
Oh wow! So you're at a 3-point deficit with 3 games to go.
Yep.
Oh well, okay, no pressure. All right, so we're on. This is between Count Wit or Vit, depending on where your accent is derived from. There's Nevosi, and this is an interesting response to the Sicilian to Bishop B5. I will say that I guess if you're a Najdorf player, you are now saddened to see that you can no longer go D6. However, the problem with Bishop B5, as Black shows, is it walks right into A6.
Yeah.
Right, which Black usually wants to do anyway. So after Bishop C4, now at least Black can go D6, although I think it was probably made more sense to just go B5, right? Just kick the bishop one more time. Maybe just knight F6. The thing about D6, and it probably won't amount to anything, is though I'm sure that in some positions, Black would really like to be able to play this D7, D5 advance in one move.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the sort of objective of the Sicilian in many lines, right? To just fight for control of the center that way. And so to go D6 now, while there's really nothing wrong with it, guard C5, develop your bishop. It may not be the most precise, especially taking advantage of White's sort of unorthodox move order. But yeah, let's find Laurent. Let's go back to where is that game at? Oh man, all right. I might have to go back into the Discord and find it that way. Sorry, guys.
Let me see this board 4. I haven't seen them post yet, I don't think.
All right, here we go. Okay, so we got some progress. Did we look at Wocash? Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. We had looked at that, but then in classic Evan style, I forgot about it and moved on. We can totally revisit it though.
Oh, never mind. Our board 4 already lost. So there is no bearing on the match anymore. They just haven't reported the result.
All right. So here is the game Wocash versus Ralph Wiggum. Where we last stood here, I want to say somewhere around this position. And I thought White was doing quite well. Right, because of all of these this was definitely before Mitch joined us. Because of all of these chances, right? This E5 wedge is extremely effective in preventing a Black knight to come to F6, right? So you have all of these sort of tactical possibilities with.
Yeah, this is a dream position for White.
Oh yeah.
This is.
I even remember here thinking that White was in no rush to even take on A4, right? And that
you could.
Like Queen, I think Queen E2 might have been possible thought.
Queen E2 or Queen C2 or.
Yeah. I like the idea of going
maybe
E2 to E4 and then maybe G4 or hitting C6.
Yeah. Maybe even at some point throwing in knight G5 and stuff. It's a dream. Yeah, you don't even need that. You don't even need
to E5. If the knight can't get to F6 and the rook's still on F8, White's got the dream kind of Greek gift position. So yeah, this looks a little right. We looked at this and I was right, knight D6 and how White now luring the knight off of F5, but I was worried that White didn't have enough, right? I'll just reiterate earlier in case there's anyone new. in the chat that these types of sacrifices, and I want to say that I'm backed up by Art of Attack. That you need 3 pieces to succeed, right?
Mhm.
So right now, if you only have the queen and knight, um, uh, once the bishop has sacrificed itself on h7, that will not be sufficient.
Mhm.
However, this rook on a4, if it can enter the fray, I think should be, all white needs,
Yeah.
um, in order to force, either a win or a massive material haul. The
Yeah.
question is, can the rook actually get in? And so white goes for it. Bishop h7, knight g5, king g6. Great move, probably the only move. And then h4, which is good. King, and now rook h8. Right. Because the good thing about h4 is it threatens queen d3. Queen d3 was played. f5. d5. Whoa, d5.
Wiggum is in chat asking if they should avoid watching the analysis until they analyze the game
So
themselves.
I will say, I appreciate the question. I'm not going to turn on an engine, right? This is all just my brain, and Mitch's superior brain. Uh, so you don't have to concern yourself about somehow being spoiled with like an engine line. That is off the table. If you'd prefer to go over the game without being corrupted with my thoughts, that's fine.
Mhm.
But I mean, I wouldn't want to do anything like actually against your wishes. I mean, it's your game, so I'll follow your lead.
Yeah, I will just say for what I like to do when my games are streamed is I like to at least look at it a little bit myself before I watch the VOD of the stream.
Right.
I don't necessarily do like a super deep dive that like Jesse talks about, but I'll at least like try to find small mistakes and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, Ralph, up to this point, I guess I will say that I think your opponent slightly mishandled it in terms of being able to prepare this attack better,
Mhm.
right? Like knowing for sure that a third piece will be able to participate. I think to this point you've defended as well as you could have, right? Finding king g6 was key.
Mhm.
And d5 I think is a mistake, right? It seems off.
Um,
If for no other reason than it allows knight c5, right?
yeah, yeah. So I agree with knight c5 is really threatening and probably wins here for black. But I understand d5 was to get the rook involved, so I like the idea of it. It just doesn't
Right.
work in this instance. But I think maybe d5 before the bishop takes h7 is kind of what needed to happen.
Yeah, so let's go back quickly, and I think Mitch is absolutely right. If white goes d5 now,
Or maybe not this exact moment, but like at some point
yeah,
before everything else happens. I'm not sure because one issue with d5 is it does allow the queen to get involved.
yeah.
So maybe
The other idea maybe is a knight g5 immediately too. Although does that give black
yeah,
time to consolidate with knight f8 or knight f6? Maybe rook a5?
better if I open the game for
I
myself.
don't know.
uh,
But it does feel like bishop h7 maybe was premature. But yeah, here d5 does, I think, just walk right into knight c5. And then if white has to now take the time to like avoid the material loss, right, and just distract from the kingside attack, this could be over before it really had a chance to get started. Um, is there a way of somehow avoiding big trouble after knight c5? I don't know.
Yeah. So I think
I don't know. So h5 check. I'm not sure. But yeah, knight f6 simply it's a missed opportunity.
I want to say, so I'm going through the game myself defined where I felt like maybe d5 could work.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to move 14 where bishop d6 was played, if possible.
Or I mean before, after rook e8, right? Before bishop d6.
Yeah, before bishop d6.
Right.
Here, I think bishop d6 is a mistake because
You know what? Here, I'll click on analysis. Maybe this will work now. But I'm definitely going to turn off the engine. And maybe this will work. Here. Maybe I can move pieces now. So instead of bishop d6, Mitch, what's your idea?
So I was thinking, do we maybe take the knight first and then bishop d6?
So that's a definite possibility. However, don't we want this bishop on d3? Like, couldn't we even consider here? I don't have to use the arrow. Make the move. What about g4?
Yeah, g4. That's the. I think that's the correct move. Yeah.
Yeah.
That forces the knight to go back to e7, and then we go bishop to d6, poke the queen around a bit more, and now
not even sure where the queen goes.
Yeah.
I guess b6. I mean, but probably rook b4. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, what occurs to me though is I don't even know if this whole idea about needing to plant the bishop on d6. I mean, sure, it looks very nice, but it's also kind of irrelevant to the king side attack. What the bishop on a3 is very useful in doing is covering f8.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, as a means of escape for the king. Right. What I like about g4 is simply that it removes the one barrier that we have to fully eyeing the h7 square.
Yeah.
So after a move like knight e7, I would think knight g5 next.
Knight g5, or how do we get the queen?
So yeah, my plan is to come around this way or this way.
Yeah.
Right? Like if knight f8, I think now queen f3.
Yeah, it's looking strong.
Oh man. All right, Thibaut, talk to send a message to Kosha and Hoki, right, about finding an alternate. And I'm sympathetic, but I don't know if I can actually help.
Yeah, Thibaut, put in
yeah,
on the form. There's a way to do an alternate form.
Yeah.
Where is that form?
All right. So this is a possibility too. I guess just the takeaway is that it's not totally clear that just getting the bishop to d6 is decisive. It looks good, but it doesn't actually make White's kingside attack any more potent than if it's still on a3. And there's even some argument that maybe you want the bishop on c1 instead. Possibly, but I think that it is good to have drawn the knight off of that diagonal. Okay. All right. So d5 is a blunder, I think, because of knight c5. So for black, black missed it and went knight f6, and then rook e1. All right. So I'm wondering here if White can't go g4. Right, with the tactical point that Black can't take. And there may even be some h5 threats, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say Black throws a move away. Does h5 work? Right, if king h8, knight f7. And if king takes, I think we have check. This looks pretty. Oh no, f4? Maybe f4 spoils everything.
Yeah.
Maybe f4? I don't know. Am I going nuts here? I might be delirious from all the hours of commentary.
I definitely feel that whenever I do commentary like this. I definitely make way more mistakes than the players make.
But what I like about g4 is the immediate pressure you put on Black's position, right? Just to try to undermine f5 and prepare h5. All those rook e1. While it makes sense in terms of hitting e6, I'm not sure. Not sure if it's enough. And e5, yeah, I guess that's a way around it too. After f5, what about rook takes f4? Right. When do I'm sorry, I might have lost the position. Or was this part of the analysis? F4 that is. Oh, after f. Oh, rook takes f5. Did I misunderstand? After f5, what about rook takes f4? Or just rook to f4? I don't know. Sorry, Helgilda. Right, queen g3. Queen g3 is a nice move. Right. The problem with e5 is that now the queen no longer controls g3. When you block the queen check with f4. Oh, here. Oh. Isn't this the problem that I can just take? Sorry, I know I totally interrupted what I was just doing. All right. Anyway, e5, queen g3 is a nice move. f4, also a nice move. So this queen can't remain on the G file. But is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say black is like completely winning here. It doesn't feel like white has the attack.
Right.
For the
It's
piece.
black is just up a piece, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not over. It's still complicated for sure. But
yeah.
As you mentioned, like two pieces isn't really enough. Especially when black now has like all of their pieces on the king side as well. Because queen d3 invites bishop f5, and now
I think
every piece except for the a8 rook is involved in the defense.
I think white's just running out of steam here, and
yeah,
black has enough. Yeah, if you have to make a move like queen a6, that's can't be too encouraging.
I mean, white does a good job of keeping it complicated for sure.
I agree. I was even considering like f4 here, possibly. But I guess the problem with queen b7 though is just rook b8. Right?
Yeah, rook b8 would definitely be the better response.
Yeah, rook b8.
Yeah, rook g8 invites the additional complications that eventually allows white to
win.
because now white is just staring down black, and now, as I had mentioned, I mean, every piece of black is involved in the defense, but now every piece of white is involved in the attack. So the first one to make a mistake is going to lose. I think black is still winning with proper defense for sure, but they've allowed it to stay complicated, which I think leads to the result.
Yeah, black let their guard down just for an instant, but it was enough for white to start to make things complicated enough that it's certainly no easy stroll to convert it. C4. Yes, it makes sense. I'm trying. Love to figure out a way to get this E1 rook involved. And one way of doing that, I guess, is taking on C6 is not good. Let's see if okay. Queen f7. Okay. Knight g4. What?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Oh, no.
Move. What? Again,
so
it is time pressure.
All right. So, okay. In fairness to black, you're in some time pressure here. But you did spend 45 seconds before. I mean, this is queen h5 is game over. Oh,
I also somewhat struggle to see why 19. I guess
okay.
f2 is the idea.
All right. So you know what? That is, Ralph. That is a completely understandable explanation. Right? What he's saying is that knight g4, and but for queen h5 being with check, right? The queen f2 and a7 is hanging and e1 is hanging, and it looks like black is going to recoup the material with interest and maybe even mate. White.
Mhm.
But I mean, it is so crucial that this does come with check.
Yeah.
And then knight h6. And knight g4. Oh, that's, yeah. It's a nice move. Exploiting this pin. Except that now the a7 rotates. What? The whole
Yeah, but
point of that
we'll get
is-
the bishop anyway. But then it's equal then? I don't even know. This is
yeah, like maybe white should just go here. Perhaps.
I guess we end up a pawn.
Right now you're threatening to take on f5. And it's not clear where the bishop goes.
Yeah, I think rook f7 makes a lot of sense.
Rook f7 should be good. And knight g4, queen a7. Ooh, a roller coaster. Knight h6.
Yeah, and white ends up a pawn in an endgame.
GH. So I have a question. Why can't we go bishop g6?
Bishop g6.
I can tell you why we can't go bishop g6. Or I think maybe what white's best move is maybe queen g5. Oh, no, never mind. So, okay, I don't think this works. My idea was that if takes, we have check, right? But now we just have rook g7, right? And black's is still up a piece.
Yeah, I think queen h4, as chat was pointing out, is the solution.
Queen h4. Ah, okay. So you keep the eye on e7.
Yeah, so you keep what you wanted, but without the queen getting attacked by the h pawn.
Right. And yes, okay, that should be good. All right, thank you. I appreciate all the looking out through chat. Okay, so bishop g6, just queen h4, and that should still be sufficient. All right, gh, queen f5, check, king h8, queen f4. Is queen f4 forced? What about rook e6? Just queen g7 maybe? Yeah, maybe rook e6. There's nothing to worry about.
I think queen f4 makes sense. I mean,
Yep.
take the pawn, get up the pawn in the endgame.
Queen g7. All right. So a queen trade should be good for white, I would think.
Yeah.
And then okay. So if that is the case, queen g7 It's hard to find another suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, h6 needs to be defended. All right. Yeah. I don't think passive defense is going to cut it here, although this may just be objectively lost anyway. But I feel like
Yeah, I think because the pawn is on f2 instead of h2 is
right.
why it's winning for white. It might still be winning even if it was on h2 due to the c pawn still being on the board. But if the c pawns come off, you need the f pawn instead of h pawn for this to be a win.
Yeah, I mean, I know you don't want to just give up the c pawn for nothing.
Yeah.
And the rook is very well placed on e6, cutting off the king. Yeah. I mean, this still requires some technique, but still, rook h6, I don't think is strictly necessary. But maybe, okay. Right, if you run with the king, you give up the f pawn. Although, can you go like g4 here? This should work, right? And these should be enough, right? Even if your rook's in front of the pawn. Man, I wish I knew my ending.
Yeah, this should be enough.
But this looks pretty convincing.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess because you are winning this, you still have to connect to patches anyway. So.
To Wocash, connected pawns almost always are going to be superior.
Yeah.
Isolated pawns.
Hoping for this.
Yeah.
Would have not been best.
Yep. And the eventual grind out to a win.
I get the impression that this maybe was not the most efficient way, but I mean, white got the job done. So
yeah, exactly.
Kudos to white. Yeah. This was a really interesting game that had I think chances for both sides. Sums it up really concisely.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's two games that we analyzed that just a hanging rook, unfortunately.
Right.
But
keep your eyes on your rooks, Dojo Leaguers.
That was also, funnily enough, like a major thing in season 2 of Ultimate Sensei. Like almost every game just had a hanging rook. It was really funny. At least the majority of games had a hanging rook. So it's just whoever came down to not hanging their rook was a winner.
Okay. So we are back.
All right. I've got 12 minutes until I have a scheduled game. Not related to Liga, just a training game.
Yeah. Oh, sure thing, Ralph. I hope I didn't take any sort of tack that interfered with your own analysis, but it was an interesting game. And yeah, I don't even know how long the dojo was planning on keeping me on here.
Probably just as long as you want to go.
Yeah, right. I think that was the like implicit agreement. All right, sorry guys, I'm going to refresh the page, and we are back at Laurent. And let's see, did we see this far with the trade on A1? I don't think so.
I had been watching it on and off. I don't remember when we stopped on the stream, because I thought that it was going to be part of the decisive, or leading to that it would be decisive for the match, but unfortunately the team has already lost.
Right. Well, either way,
yeah.
F6.
So
Okay.
I think we had stopped after
H3.
A4.
Yeah, that seems right. That seems right. And then white goes knight to C5. A takes B3. A takes B3. Could white have taken with the queen? Oh, of course. See, this is what happens when I try to move pieces. Now I have to draw arrows again. Could white have taken? Could I have taken with the queen?
Yes.
I mean, this B file pressure seems pretty attractive. I feel like allowing like yourself to be like pulled onto this diagonal may not be best. Although I'm not sure about F6. What was wrong with taking on B7?
I don't think there is anything wrong with
Right? Doesn't it just win a healthy pawn?
That's what I would think.
Yeah. So knight B7 may have been a missed shot after F6. And then black retreats to defend B7.
Even with the retreat, we might be even able to go like Queen A7 here and build up even more pressure there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like
Yeah,
white is in the driver's seat. It's definitely, I mean, still an extremely complicated position, but I feel pretty good for with white here, I'd say.
I think that's about right. Knight, yeah, not sure about bishop F4. I guess the idea was to create some discovery on the knight on B8.
Yeah,
But
the knight can move.
yeah, I also feel like couldn't black have taken on E5?
I think you take back with the knight, or yeah, you take back with the knight on E5, and then rook defends the bishop on F4.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this stuff and like weird discoveries on D4. You know, another possibility too, and maybe this is just a sign that I need to shut down the commentary soon. Is can black go G5?
maybe.
Right, like I mean, it clearly looks like a very ugly move.
Yeah, I'm not
But
sure.
my idea is to go g5 and g4, or g5 and h5 even. But yes, certainly not strictly necessary. All right, let's see what happens. Knight a6,
I'm
which is good because now at least White's awesome knight on c5 could get traded off.
I'm gonna have to leave it
Yeah,
on here. I've got my game coming up, and my wife's texting me there's spiders upstairs that she needs me to kill. So
Well, that definitely takes precedence over your game.
Yep.
But anyway, good luck because you're not playing our team, and same with taking care of the spider. And thanks a lot for joining and for bringing your awesome daughter on with you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. I
Yeah, of
appreciate
course.
it. It was a lot of fun catching up and watching some of these games.
Definitely. Hope to do more of it in the future. I'm going to stay on for a little longer, I guess, until I'm completely spent.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right. Thanks, Mitch.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Bye.
Oh, I think we also just had another game. Another game just start? No, it doesn't matter. It's on a different platform. So I'll just quickly run through this because there's plenty of moves left to get through. I think all of these exchanges, though, do help Black considerably. Right? It is a general principle. When you lack space, trades favor you. Right? It alleviates the pressure. I'd say Black definitely lacks some space here. So I don't think White should have been so quick to agree to these trades. Maybe after knight d7, a better choice would have been, I don't know, maybe queen a4. Just attack the c pawn. You know, among other options too, I'll bet. Oh, you know what? Thanks for doing the camera. It's because Mitch dropped off. Let me ping Hoki. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We'll try to get that taken care of. Oh, you know what? It might have just been a consequence of Mitch leaving the meeting instead of just shutting his camera down. But we take it all in stride. Queen takes d8. Hopefully Hoki will get on that any second. c5. Yeah, things just seem to have taken a turn for the worst for White here. b3. You know, I wonder. No, a6 is hanging. Yeah, I probably am going to actually cut this stream off pretty soon. One idea that I think is a failed idea that I was considering was if, oh, geez, was in this position, instead of taking on e5, if Black could actually sacrifice the exchange on d4, because after bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4 check and king moves, and to see if we could round up these pawns, but it's I think it's just unnecessary and actually leads Black down the wrong path. Bishop e5 seems fine. And rook d4. Looks good. Attacking the b4 pawn. King f2. Rook b2 check. All right. That makes sense. But really what black needs to try to do is win these pawns. How can that be achieved? Oh, was it rook b2 rook c2? Because that answers my question. Rook f2. Is there anything white could do? I mean, if the c pawn is a gun, or is there anything white could do to create some other type of threat? I don't know. Like maybe something like rook b1. Just right, just to try to activate the rook somehow. But then rook takes c5. Be king f4. And black is still for choice there. All right, so rook f2, rook takes, king f4. Rook a5, hitting the bishop, bishop to b7. c5. c5, which makes sense. Maybe it's possible that bishop d5 could also be good. I mean, the bishop definitely has more prospects on this square. King e4. Rook a7. Bishop c6. Rook c7. Bishop d5. Takes, king takes. This seems to help white by getting their king up. Rook c2. So we're live now. Laurent just played c3. And if white tries to win the pawn immediately with king d4, then I suspect I think maybe does black have rook check? Right, if the king doesn't take on c3, if the king comes off the pawn, we just go back to defend it. But if the king does take, right, now the king is cut off, and maybe we can go king f7. If king f7 immediately, I think white's king is close enough, right? Rook takes pawn, rook takes, king e4, king d4. and white is in time, right? Okay, so king f7. So now I think white should take. Oh, do we get the camera fixed? Oh, good. Thank you, DM Hokie. I guess that's like my penance for flying solo without Mitch. So rook takes pawn. Grilling burgers. Man, I'm jealous. That is a totally valid reason why I was left with the weirdly cropped camera. Okay, rook takes c3. Rook takes, king takes, king e6, king d4. Can either side win this? I don't know. Can't create a passed pawn. Is white even better, right? Because black has to give away somehow. I don't know. Oh, Thibaut, I'm not even going to try. But I think black has to take on c3 here. Right? Keeping rooks on, I think, only helps white. So we may as well look at the continuation after rook takes, king takes. It's got to be king e6, king d4. And what happens after king f5, right? This makes sense to look at. Because if black can go e6, then we may be able to actually win the e5 pawn. Right, even after moves like g4, check, king f4, and then eventually this king is going to have to move off of d4, and e5 will be undefended. So rook c3, king e6, king d4, king f5. If you are going to stop e6, or at least mitigate the damage, I think you have to go king d5. Because if e6 check, king d6, and it's one of those weird reciprocal zugzwang type positions, or whoever has to move the king first will lose a pawn. I wish I was competent enough with the platform to be able to actually analyze and move pieces. So I'm really sorry, guys. Here, maybe. Would this work? No. Add to library. Can I add it to the library? You know what? Let's just see what happens, right? Here, create new collection. DojoLiga. Okay. Now should I go to my library? Did I just figure this out? Can I move pieces now? Let's see what happens. Hey. All right. This may be progress. Let's play this out. And is it correct that that allowing e6 would be decisive for black? That white must go king d5. Let's see g4 check. Google fence and king d5, and then if I go e6, you go king d6, right? And on h5, does g4 check the problem? I'm just too slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I'm just too slow. So e6 is not the way to go. Perhaps h5 is the way to go. h5, h4. I'm still too slow if I try to chase these pawns, right? King g4, king e6, king h4, king e7. Yeah. Am I overestimating the strength of g4 check? Does it not really matter because I'm just going king f4 anyway? There's this weird sort of stasis or gridlock. I don't even know how you would describe it, but I feel like if with this king on f4 and the king on e6, and then I'm going to put the king on e4, right? And this king is effectively frozen, right? Because you can't take on e7 because I take on e5. So it's like how to like waste the move. So pawn g5. Right, and if g4 checks, simply king f4. We can rule out some moves right away, right? h4, not best. King d4, I also think loses after e6. So the only move, so it's either e6 or king e6. But king e6 does run into this problem of king e4. And now there's no move white can make that doesn't give up the e pawn. And now here, Man. If you're going after the H pawn, you're going to ignore the G pawn in here. No, now black's winning. So E6 for white. And this is a race, huh? Here. And king C6. And takes, and king D7. And takes, and takes. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just count for everybody. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moves to queen, and white needs 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. E6 seems to be the way. You can never escape endgames, everybody. I'm like eager now to see what's actually happening in the game. Fair warning, I'm going to try to find the game back. And it may actually just involve, so sorry for the switching back and forth between boards. I'm just going to go back on the Discord to the live games. And I'll go back to Laurent's post. And let's see what developed here. Oh my gosh. So where were we? Black takes on C3. Oh, and this is the live position. This is the live position. And both players have plenty of time to sort this out for themselves. So it does appear, though, that after king d5, that would be the way to go. Sorry for the awkward silence. I'm actually just trying to work this through. All right, any other games to find? Let's see. I'm just going to send okay, message real quick. Should be doing my polar is compelling. And this is certainly not unproductive as far as wanting to further your own chess improvement. and things are only going to get spicier, in future weeks. This is literally the very first week of the DojoLiga. I don't think we could be off to a more exciting start. So King D5, right? That's what we determined was the move, and then G5, and then E6. Yeah, King D5's got to be the move. And this e-pawn is simply, I think, too far advanced for black to really consider chasing the other pawns. Right? There's no way black will be able to make sufficient progress before white will have queened with plenty of time to spare. But white is correctly taking their time, knowing that even the slightest inaccuracy could cost maybe not just a half point, but maybe the full point. There is something really cool, I think, about like team play, or league play, right? Chess at its essence is an individual game, just endeavor. But knowing that like the overall result of a match does not hinge exclusively on your own game really does make the experience more enjoyable most of the time. You rarely get to enjoy the benefits of both, right? Of still being able to like, have the autonomy of playing your own game, but also knowing that like if you don't win, that you still have teammates who can pull through and help you win a match. So it's great that the league is in existence, and hopefully it will prosper. Are there other games to observe while the players ponder this? I don't think so. Or did this one end? All right, I'm gonna open a new board, so hopefully it won't be too disruptive. Oh, right, this one. This one, for those just joining in, this game was a Sicilian with the rare 2 bishop b5. And we've reached quite a unique position here. I don't really know what to make of it. And honestly, I'm probably not not in good enough condition right now to say anything that's even like nominally instructive. All right. So I think probably I'm gonna sign off very, very soon. But I'd hate to leave everybody in suspense with Laurent's game. So let's go back. Oh, okay. Let's at least stay here for a little bit. So after King D4, Black King F5, and G4 check was played. King F4. So I guess the other move would have been King E6. Right, this must be forced. All right. H5 is played very quickly. Oh, wow. And so that is critical to get Black's pawns running. If White goes King E6, I wonder if Black can just ignore it and go H4. Right, the point being that you can jettison your E7 pawn because E5 hangs. But why does Black even need to be so fancy? Maybe instead, King E6, maybe you just take on G4. HG, HG, King G4, King E7. King over E6 there. Does White Queen with a move to spare? All right, I'm going to switch boards again. We'll take a look. I'm going to my analysis board here. All right. So this is the position. Right? We had King F5, G4, King F4, King D5, H5, right? If King E6, HG, HG, we don't take on G4. We go G5. This is so sick. And now I think that if White somehow tries to preserve the E-pawn, we take on G4. A move like King D5, King takes, and that should be very clear cut. And 01. So Was e6 the move that white should have played? Oh, man, I'm just relieved that I'm not being like berated by Jesse and figure this out at the same time. I don't think I would handle it very well. All right, I'm going to return to the game live. So this is the position till after h5. And it's not entirely clear to me what white does. I guess take on h5. I don't know. Anyways, chat, I am going to call it call it a night. This was great. I hope you were able to get something out of it. Thank you to Mitch and his beautiful daughter for joining us. Thank you to Hoki for the tech support, and to the senseis for curiously allowing me to actually commentate on these games. I'll sign off by sending my luck to all of the dojoers in Vegas in the National Open, and yeah, hopefully I'll see everyone soon. So